Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. The statistics tell us there has been an explosion of mental sickness, mental ill health, particularly in wealthy countries. And the more affluent a nation becomes, the higher the rates of depression and suicide. And we see this particularly amongst young people. And when we say affluence, we're not necessarily talking about personal wealth, but the wealth of a nation collectively. And not just in the extremes of depression and suicide, but many, many young people feel a sense of disconnection, not just with the world around them, but within themselves, with their very life. And we should say, is this any wonder? We shouldn't be surprised. We can only understand this phenomenon from a spiritual perspective. So we should say to our young people, you are not mad. Of course you are not mad. There are so many reasons why you feel this way. First, every one of us is spiritually sick. Every one of us. We're fallen creatures. We're separated from the way we're meant to be. We're living unnatural lives. We're deformed. Every one of us to a lesser or greater extent. And as the reality of this affects us, of course, how could we feel at ease and comfortable? And we shouldn't. We shouldn't. So first, the realization that death is trying to separate us from God. The reality of death, the realization of death within us. Death is conquered by Christ. And we only know this victory of Christ through hope and faith. But all the time, our organs, our muscles, everything about our body is accusing us. It's trying to convince us that we are mortal, that we are simply mortal creatures who must accept our death. This aging of our body. In Christ, we cling to eternal life. A life beyond our bodies and beyond the physical five senses. So of course we feel turmoil. We who are created to walk with God with such honor, with such dignity, we have fallen into the mud. We feed with the pigs. We've exchanged royal robes for rags and filth. And we live in fear of losing ourselves to sin and evil. All of us feel dark impulses at times. People can feel a threat, they panic, a sense of evil within themselves. And our bodies, our very intellect, resist us when we begin to struggle spiritually. Our bodies and intellect resist us at every turn. They fight to remain friends with this world. And we have to battle with ourselves. When we talk about the old man of sin, we must put him to death, but he will continue to try to take back our life. He will continue to try to lay claim on us till the day we die, and this struggle will continue throughout our lives. And when we do try to struggle, what do we see in ourselves? We see a lack of strength. When in those times we try to forgive and we try to love, what do we see? We see judgment, we see anger, condemnation for others. In our longing for God, we are confronted by the limits we have imposed on ourselves through disobedience. And even if we manage to bear a little fruit in our lives, a little virtue for God, our impatience takes over, and we see the fruit, the virtue, withering away as it's scorched in the sun. We see it rotting on the branches, and we say, where is the harvest? And the world around us laughs. You may have friends or relatives who reject you or mock you. Perhaps they call you a freak, or they consider you an extremist pursuing the things of God. We do not belong to this world. And we who refuse to chase after the world's treasures and seek after the treasures of the kingdom of God, of course, we cannot belong here. This is right, but we're not mad. We're not mad. We don't belong to this place. The closer we draw to God, the deeper our sense of eternity will grow. But so too the sense of distance between our life and the eternity of God. And in his church, Christ reveals himself. But what could be worse than to long for God, but still to see us engulfed in darkness, engulfed with our own unworthiness? The pain that this brings to us, the pain of heart, can be unbearable at times. The fire of God is infinite, but it is terrifying. Our passions must be illumination. There must be fire. There must be burning. There must be flames before, because without pain, people will feel mad. They then look at the insanity on television. We only need to peer at the BBC or CNN for 5 minutes, and it's like looking into an insane asylum. The madness that we see, the images, the voices that try to convince us that good, and of course, the message that those who don't believe this are crazy. Christ, until we try to be obedient to him, we will remain sick. We will remain sick. But however lost we feel, we must cling to Christ. We must cling to the hem of his garment, even if it means being dragged through the dust. Never let go. We're told in the Holy Scriptures that one of the signs of the last generation, of the coming of the end of time, will be that men's hearts will grow like stone. There will be no love there. And of course we see this in our world today, but let us examine ourselves. When we try to love, how much love do we truly see in our own hearts? Let us draw close to Christ. Let us seek him. But let us remember that even when he was raised, even when Christ appeared to the apostles, he still bore the marks of crucifixion in his flesh. The wounds left their marks in Christ, and he bore those marks even after resurrection. And so too for us, when we look back on our lives and we see those times when we have tasted the pain of hell, the isolation, the misery of our lives, let us remember this experience, because it will keep us alert. It will help us to focus. Spiritual life is about attention. Where we pay attention. Do we pay our attention to God? Do we remember God constantly? Or do we attend to the things of the world? And the remembrance of our experience of hell, suffering, will keep us grateful to God for his mercy and forgiveness. And gratitude turns suffering into joy. Let's remember that Christ put aside his glory to become one of us, and we must humble ourselves, even as he humbled himself. We must imitate him in this way. Refuse the pride and the noise and the excess of the world around us. For now, we continue to walk on earth as mortal beings, but we must never lose sight. We must never stop putting our attention on the eternal kingdom. And when we refuse the things of this world, when we refuse the treasures, the pleasures, the things of this world, let us know, let us not be horrified or shocked that it is then that the world will truly call us mad.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. One of the single most important things with men is to have a meaningful and purposeful life, to do something that lives on past them, something that defines their life as courageous, as as powerful, as accomplishing something of maximum significance and importance. And yet, in the face of this, I find so often men are afraid or even ashamed of their brokenness. Maybe they have a propensity for anxiety, or maybe they have addiction in their past. Maybe they grew up in an abusive family. Maybe there's something that is lingering inside of them, a failure, something that they didn't accomplish, and they think all of these things are holding them back. And yet, it's actually the converse of this. Because when we look at the prototypes of masculinity in the scripture, those great men of both the Old and the New Testament who accomplished tremendous things for God, they also had tremendous failures and deficiencies, not just necessarily of character, although sometimes that was the case, but sometimes, like the prophet Moses, he had a speech impediment, or David was undersized, or Paul had been the persecutor, the murderer of Christians. These things that are our weaknesses, we think define us as inhibiting us from fulfilling God's will and purpose in our life. And yet it's the exact opposite, because when we are proud or full of ourselves or self-sufficient, we don't make room for God. All of the godly men were able to see their weaknesses, and in the midst of seeing their weaknesses, they were able to let God be God. They didn't have self-reliance. They didn't have that stupid phraseology of self-made. They fully believed that everything that they did and accomplished in their life was the byproduct of the grace, the power of the Holy Spirit dwelling and working with them and in them and through them. And so what are these hallmarks of a broken man that God wants to use? Number one, they had bold personalities. They had a very defined sense of who they were as a man, of their purpose in life, of their meaningfulness as men. They had something to do. They had a drive to do it. They wanted to make an impact on the world, not because that's what they desired, but it was a natural byproduct of their boldness to continually put themselves out there. We The Apostle Peter, for instance, who takes up so many of the stories in the gospel, that he was continually pursuing Christ for greater intimacy, greater experiences with Christ. He always was pushing forward, which brings up the second point. Their hearts were given over to Jesus Christ. They loved God. Their hearts were consumed with him. Their hearts were not consumed with other things. They were not seeking after fame or glory or accolades. They didn't want other people to praise them or even think anything of them, but they wanted to love and glorify God with their life. And then, of course, number three, they had this immense brokenness that God was able to utilize because of the fact that they were humbled by it. See, the proud, they don't experience much of God's presence because they are cut off from the humility of God. God is so meek and lowly and humble. It's not that they can't get to God's level by going up. It's that they can't get to God's level by going down. See, the true man who sees his weaknesses, his faults, his foibles, the things that he would change about himself, that man goes down into humility and says, Lord, help me in my weakness. Give me the strength to overcome the things that are holding me back. Don't abandon me. That man has a deep dependence on God, and so the glory of God is able to magnify or show itself through in that man, not because he sees himself as being a great man, but he sees himself as a man who is very broken and humble and lowly and in need of God's help. And so when he dwells within that place, that psychological framework of deep dependence on God, God comes and answers his prayers. He shows his glory in the weakness of a man. This is why when St. Paul was given the thorn in his flesh, which I believe to be a temptation or some other deficiency of character, he pleaded with God to take it away from him. Pleaded 3 times, he says, which shows an intensity. Maybe he was even praying all night, begging and asking God. This is why he says it with such boldness. I pleaded with him 3 times on 3 occasions, not just little prayers, but intensity of prayer. Lord, take this away from me. And then he heard the voice of Christ say to him, power is made perfect in weakness. See, the man of God has to be aware of his frailty, of his humanness, of his propensity to sin, the ease with which temptation could sweep him away. This is what keeps him grounded. This is what keeps him connected to God, not because he is lofty, but because he is low and humble like Christ. That is why the world cannot see Christ. Notice when Christ went out amongst the people and interacted with them, those who were religious, thought they had it all together, were kind of running the show and had worldly power and glory. They were in the right clubhouse and all those things. Were not able to see him as who he was. And yet, ironically, people who were prostitutes, tax collectors, which were basically robbers, people who were fishermen, they were simple, they could see him as having immense power and being separated and differentiated from everyone else. In fact, the woman with the issue of blood, who was considered unclean outside of society, she was an outcast, she was reviled. She saw Christ, touched him in faith, in the power of God, went out from Christ and was able to heal her of her issue of blood. And then when Christ challenges her and says, why did you do this? And he basically says to her in so many words, you're like a dog. Why did this power come out? Her immediate response is not to justify herself because Christ is testing her and showing everyone her humility. She says, even the dogs need the scraps that fall from the table. She owns it. She does not pretend like she is worthy of what Christ gave her. And that is what Christ was showing to people. He was showing them her humility. In her humility, she was able to tap into God. She was able to experience great power from God. In the life of St. Moses the Black, there's a story where he goes to the church and the priests say, we're going to test him. And they say rude and terrible and racist things to him in order to test his humility. And he goes away and he says, my heart, my soul is black like my skin. It is worthy of them to reject me. He does not take upon himself, I'm good, I'm this, I'm a monk, I'm a priest monk, I'm all these things. When he does that, he lowers himself down, and then the priests come back and they say, truly, you are worthy of the priesthood because you took what was not even true. We were testing you, and you used it in order to show your humility and the fact that the priesthood is not about you and not about your worthiness. The priesthood is about your unworthiness. That is why immense power dwells with the saints. They did not see themselves as better than anyone. In fact, in the life of St. Joseph the Hesychast, he continually said, everyone is worthy of salvation, only I am not. Now, did this mean that he thought there was universal salvation? Of course not. What he was saying was, when I judge my own sins compared to everyone else's sins, the state of my heart and the darkness that dwells within my heart, I am lower than every other person that I meet and that I encounter, and everyone has better inclinations than me. That, brothers, needs to define our life. Not that we are great or wonderful or that we think highly of ourselves, not that we think in a psychological way that we are lower than other people, but in a spiritual way, we acknowledge the darkness that dwells within our hearts. We are humbled by our attraction to evil, and we say, Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Save me from myself. Give me the strength and the power to dwell with you, because without your power, I would leave and I would abandon you. What is the difference in the life of St. Peter and Judas? Judas denies Christ, but Peter denies Christ 3 times. When he denies him 3 times, he denies him because he tells Christ, I will not abandon you. If everyone abandons you, I will not abandon you. This was self-reliance. This was self-affirmation. This was the thought that I can do this on my own. And Christ said, you will deny me. Why? The Holy Fathers tell us, because the power was taken away from Peter. Then, when he repents with tears, exactly what Judas did not. Judas, in his pride and egotism, could have repented and could have been saved, but instead, he became bitter and ashamed of himself in a psychological way, became distraught because of his pride and his egotism, and he hung himself. He lost his salvation because he did not want to repent. He did not gain the kingdom of heaven, but Peter did. And then Peter went on to do incredible things and suffer a horrific martyrdom, but he did it in his humility because he realized he needed the power of the Holy Spirit to help and to save him and to keep him united to Christ. In his own personality and self-will and self-denial and self-desire to exalt himself, he could not even handle one night of not denying Christ. But in his weakness and his brokenness, then he went on to become a great martyr. I pray, brothers, when you see your deficiencies in your life, do not become like the psychological Judas and beat yourself up, but become like the humble Peter. Embrace those weaknesses in prayer and repentance and ask the Spirit to dwell with you and to strengthen you so that you can bring glory to God and not glory to yourselves. God bless. the name of the Father.
I was raised in a very non-religious house. I would call it an anti-religious house. My mother was a Mexican Catholic who hated the Catholic Church in the way that so many Mexicans get angry at the Catholic Church, but still exercised Catholic practices, right? She still had Catholic guilt, and she still made sure we went to church on Easter and Christmas, that kind of stuff. So, but she was like really opposed to organized religion. My dad, my stepdad, was a Vietnam vet who also came back and basically was like, God doesn't exist. He's not real. After what I saw in Vietnam, none of that shit's real. So I was raised in a household that taught myself and my sisters, if you believe in God, you're weak. If you believe in religion, you're weak, right? You're stupid. It's the opium for the masses. You're going to be ignorant your whole life if you actually believe in some kind of religion. So 8, 9 years old, that was the message. That was the lesson. So I'm not going to be stupid. I'm not going to be weak. So religion must be wrong. So I was just parroting that shit all through my young adult life. I joined the Air Force at the Air Force Academy at 18. My first year at the Air Force Academy, there's a guy that lived next to me. His name was Meredith Jessup. And Jessup was, I think he was from Alabama, African-American guy, big Jesus-loving American, right? And I treated Jessup like shit all the time. It's like, don't you know you're stupid? Don't you know you're ignorant? Don't you know it's just it's the opium of the masses? Just parroting all this shit to him. And for a whole year, this poor son of a bitch lived next to me. And for a whole year, this guy never, in front of me at least, he never cracked. He never fought back. He never argued with me. He never did anything except just show patience and forgiveness and love and his own opinion. By the end of probably 6 months, I was like, there's something to this Jessup guy. We didn't call each other by our first name. There's something to this guy. How is he so kind? How is he so friendly? How can life happen to him all the time, right? He's also trying to figure out dating. He's also trying to figure out life at the academy. He's also passing and failing tests just like I am, but he doesn't seem to be nearly as volatile and dynamic in his day-to-day as I am. What's this guy doing different? It's like, could it be his faith? That seed stuck with me the entire time I was at the academy. And I started observing people who were Christian, people who were Mormon, people who were Catholic, people who were devout in their faith versus people who were, culturally part of their faith, cultural Catholics, cultural Jews, that kind of thing. And I kept seeing this trend where I was like, these fucking people of faith are stable, and the rest of us less stable. Fast forward to I graduate, and one of my closest friends, a guy named Ian Slasnick, gets married right out of the Air Force Academy, which is to me absolutely insane. You go 4 years without women, and then 3 months.
Good. What are you doing?
3 months after you graduate, you lock yourself down to one of them. I was like, that's insane.
Well, statistically, a few years.
But I wanted to do something really special for Ian's wedding present, and Ian was one of those men of faith, those stable, God-fearing men that I'd been with for 4 years, one of my best friends at the Air Force Academy. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna read the Bible. I'm gonna journal my way through the entire Bible, and I'm gonna give that to him for a wedding gift, right? So I was like, I have 14 months to do this. Let's make it happen. So I actually, as stupid as this sounds, because I'm still artistic in my soul, I learned calligraphy so that I could write him a journal in calligraphy, journaling my journey through the Bible. And that's what I did. I built it for him, and I wrote it for him, and I gave it to him on his wedding day, 14 months later. And it was in the middle of Psalms that I took Jesus into my own heart, that I was like, holy shit, I am convinced now. I see what this is. I see God as the perfect, or Jesus is the perfect propitiation for our sin. I see why I believe what I believe and how I believe it wrong, and I believe in Jesus Christ. So I was saved.
Like that.
To you, it sounds like it just happened. To me,
it built up.
It was a journey through the Bible, right? Hearing God's voice and taking it to prayer and experiencing it myself. And I gave that journal to Ian on his wedding day, and he flipped through 3 or 4 pages, heard the story, started crying on his wedding day, and gave it right back to me and said, you can't give this to me. This has to be for you. And to this day, I still have it. My wife is actually when I met my wife, who's Buddhist, my wife saw it. She read it. She was like, we can never use this. So she's created digital copies. She's scanned copies. She's got the thing protected.
And she's still Buddhist?
And she is still Buddhist. But this is another reason why I'm so firm in my faith, because I watch my wife ask questions and engage in more Christian thinking every day.
Christian thinking.
Yeah, rather than Buddhist thinking, right?
Can you explain the cross path
there? So
I'm less familiar with Buddhism.
So Christians believe that there was a man named Jesus Christ who came to earth, who died on the cross without committing a sin as the perfect propitiation for the rest of us, meaning his sin replaced all of our sin. So we can go to heaven if we believe that he was sinless on the cross, right? He died for us so that we can be eligible for heaven. Otherwise, we live in a fallen world. We belong to the devil. God wants us to come to him. Jesus is the way that we come to him. I mean, I'm sure that there are theologians out there that can say it better. Say it in the comments. I'm the one on the podcast. That's my understanding. Buddhists believe every decision you individually make creates karma. Yes. Karma that helps or karma that hurts you. And that you will be responsible for whatever the karmic repercussions are of your decisions, right? There's no person who came that makes your sins clean. That's what we believe. In Buddhism, you have to make your own karma clean. So if you're a fucking asshole right now and you die, then you're reborn again and you have to pay the penalty of being a fucking asshole in previous life that you don't remember, right? So all the karma that you built up, all the debt that you build up, you have to pay back in some future life. And then you're reborn, right? You don't remember your rebirth. You don't remember why you're suffering, but you are suffering. So then that gives them comfort. Oh, I'm suffering now because I'm paying back karma from a previous life, and hoorah, I'm going to have a better life the next time I come back. Not that I'll remember my new life. So it's this constant balance book, this checkbook that goes back and forth. And then there's this idea of Buddhahood and enlightenment, where you can become enlightened. And during that enlightenment, you understand how the universe works, and you can go on to nirvana, and you can be, a bodhisattva and be clear and be outside of the cycle of karma, and et cetera, et cetera. Again, some Buddhist theologian can correct me in the comments because I'm the one talking. That is my understanding of both. What I have found is that my kids, myself, my family asks less questions about Buddhism and more questions about Christianity, right? And as we go through our life, there are areas where we see the idea of forgiveness and the idea of intelligent design and a God creator. We see these things represented in daily life more than we see the pillars of Buddhism. And as a result of that, my wife is still Buddhist. I'm not going to call her a Christian by any means, but she certainly shows more and more interest and curiosity in the Christian faith every day. It's for anybody who's ever seen it play out, it's one of the things where you don't want to get involved because you want everybody to be on their own journey. I want my son to have his own journey, my daughter to have her own journey, my wife to have her own journey. I had my own journey, right? And that's part of the relationship they get to build with God. That's what I believe.
You said this moment where you kind of flipped over was when you were before CIA.
Correct.
It's right when you're leaving the academy. I think about that line a lot that you had in episode 107 with me. I mention it all the time, where you're just like, we were going back and forth on whether things are all good or all bad, and talked about this for like 10, 15 minutes. And I was trying to paint some examples, obviously someone who's not been out in the field like you, and you're like, I've lived that. You've not lived that. And like, I can almost see you like hallucinating above your body, because then like you went into this zone. I don't think the camera does it justice, but like you had this look in your eye where you were re-seeing all these things, talking about the worst examples of the worst things that human beings do to other human beings. And it really affected me, because it's like, it does put things in perspective. That's one of the nice things about this show. I sit in a podcast studio, but I have people from around the world come in here and sometimes tell me some things that, are harsh realities, if you will. But what I'm curious about is, if at any point throughout your CIA career, when you were seeing some of said things, if you wavered in your faith or thought that, maybe this is all bullshit because why the fuck would I live in a world where X happens?
So, no, it's actually the other way around. My time at CIA made me that much more confident in my
Receive
faith.
CJ passengers. Now go
I
to
saw the
Terminal 1,
principles
deliver
of
passenger.
the Bible
Make sure to buckle
lived
up.
all over the world. I
Can you
saw.
explain that?
So one of the things that you learn in the Bible is that we live in a fallen world. We live in a world that's controlled by Satan. We live in a world where the enemy is the most powerful being on the planet, right? God is waiting for us somewhere else. The Holy Spirit is here with us to help guide us and lead us. But God doesn't claim to control the earth. He has sent his son so that his son can have cleaned our sin forever. God is not really interested in the earth. God is interested in the universe and the individual souls that choose to join it, right? There's it may have been Ian or somebody else that helped me on my faithful journey. And there were 3 or 5 of them, really important in my faithful journey at the academy. Once explained to me this idea of, the earth is a ball and Satan is a Rottweiler. And Satan controls that ball. We are his plaything, right? The enemy, if you will. But the Rottweiler is on a leash. And the leash is held by God. So he gets the earth. But otherwise, we're just stuck on this thing.
God lets him.
Because God is the one that's in ultimate control.
And what do you think of that?
For me, it's very liberating. Because for me, it shows me how small I am. It shows me how big the enemy is. Which is what I need to know. Because guess what 95% of my day is filled with? Temptation to do the wrong thing. And everybody listening is in the same fucking boat. Yeah. That's what fills our day. Temptation to do the wrong thing, not motivation to do the right thing. Right? So it makes sense. I like that visual understanding of, big scary dog, I'm on a fucking ball. I can't beat that dog. Dog's gonna do whatever the hell it wants to with me. But life doesn't end here. There's something bigger than the dog. Right? So when I get chewed, swallowed, and shot out the back end of that Rottweiler, like that's the end. That's when I have the chance to actually join the Father. For me, it's a very comforting idea. Traveling, operating, meeting people around the world, you learn very fucking fast the world's a fallen place. You learn very fast Satan is in control. You learn very fast people accept, adhere, follow, obsess with Satan's in control with their temptations, right? You find that everywhere. You see it, it's crystal clear. You can't fight it. You have to accept it. And then you learn a lot about yourself by seeing all the villainy of the world. The world is an evil, villainous place, right? It's full of people who do things that hurt other people. That's what it is.
You've said this before. You're like, human beings are not good.
No.
But and my comeback to that is, yes, there are evil people in the world, and there are more than we would like to think. There's no doubt about that. Whatever got them there, it's a separate story, but that's a real thing. But then there are also good people too, and you seem to operate from the assumption, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that no, that's not really the case. Most of them are just bad. They're gonna be more likely to do bad things.
It's just a matter of what inputs will push them to a bad place. That's all it is, right? What inputs would get you to a place where you'd kill another person? What inputs would get you to a place where you'd steal from somebody else? What inputs would get you to a place where you would lie?
All right, let's run that example real fast. Our mutual friend Matt Cox talks about this, the threshold of committing crime. And he learned, because he never committed a crime until he's 30 years old, he learned that he has a low threshold.
Correct.
Right? But he's like, everyone has a threshold. And what I mean by that is, if you're the mother of an infant and the infant's starving, you'll steal some fucking bread. But that, to me, is that good? Is it good to steal? No. Is it technically, if you're looking at it purely objectively, good versus evil, the evil option to do? Sure. But if you're a mother trying to give sustenance to your starving child and you're taking one loaf of bread, you understand what I mean? That's not an evil thing to me. It's not ideal, but that shit happens.
The fact that you said it's not evil to me shows that it's subjective. You know who it is evil to? The fucking court system. And the court system will say it's black and white, right? And the court system is built by men who built policy right? People, humans, men and females, whatever, right? But it was built by human beings who built a policy to create and enforce a law. All the evil,
Objective.
yeah, well, because they needed something objective.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it would all fall to some magistrate who decides, right? So the point I'm trying to make is we live in a fallen world. It is an evil world if you're going to use the terms good and evil, right? There are pockets, moments of good as people aspire to benefit and help other human beings. Moments. But we are predominantly fallen. We are predominantly evil, predominantly selfish, predominantly self-interested, predominantly abusive, predominantly manipulative. That is what we do. We manipulate our kids to get them to brush their teeth and turn off the TV. We say that we're doing it for a good reason, and we forget the fact that one day those kids that are manipulated into watching TV today grow up into adults who are manipulated into whatever the fuck else, right? They end up on trial like Diddy. We have the world can't be broken into this definition of good and evil because it is in a predominantly evil world. If you're going to use those terms,
As a man of faith, you say that. Though.
as a man of faith, I say that too. I also say that as an experienced, objective CIA officer. Right? That is what the world is. So you have to look at it through consequences, inputs and consequences, inputs and outputs. Right? You have to look at it through that lens because whether somebody has good intentions or evil intentions, positive or destructive intentions, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you can always create predictable outcomes based off of predictable inputs. That's the world we have to live in.
All right, let's go back to what you just said, though. You said objectively as a CIA officer, something like that, right? I would actually argue that that's subjective, and here's why I say that. Your job is to go to not always dangerous places. Sometimes you go to a friendly country with a job, right? But it's not to go meet, the friendly fucking village baker when you're there, unless you're trying to get information from them and they don't do anything good or evil. They just, say, oh yeah, it's fucking 55 degrees today. I'm like, oh, thank you.
Middle class.
Sure. God damn you. God damn you. But I see why you get the comments you get. Anyway, but if you are going into these places, you are trying to find the people that can be manipulated and can be pulled to the other side, or you're trying to observe the people who are doing bad shit or are involved with the people doing bad shit. So subjectively, you are always looking at a sample size of like, hey, what, maybe not evil, but like not good, whatever's going on here, versus like, the fucking lady teaching elementary school for 30 years and helping the kids. She means nothing to you. You're not doing your jobs. You see what I'm saying?
I do, and you're not 100% wrong, right? There's a flaw in your logic, right?
Okay.
You are correct. The majority of our effort goes into a small subset of villainous people, right? You have to be a terrorist. You have to be an army general. You have to be a nuclear lab technician. You have to be somebody that we call a person of access. That person of access who has access to state secrets, that is where we predominantly put our time. But that doesn't mean that we only manipulate the people of access. Because to get to that person of access, everything from the flights to the taxi cabs, the hotels, where you stay, when you live undercover, you are living undercover. 100%. That means everybody around you who is not a person of access still gets shaped, manipulated, puppeteered.
But you're doing that.
Correct.
Right? So the flight attendant who, gives you something she shouldn't give you because you're being nice to her, that's not bad.
No, but that shows that inputs and outputs can be controlled.
Okay.
Which is the original point that we were making.
Right. Why we're recording at 11:30 today instead of 12:30 because you switched it last minute.
Inputs and outputs.
Like you do every time.
Inputs and outputs. But I also asked you first what you needed to make sure that you got what you needed.
I told you afterwards. You asked me.
Inputs and outputs drive everything. It's not about the evil. The flight attendant has predominantly evil thoughts. She has predominantly self-interested, self-motivated, manipulative thoughts. Right? She doesn't like having to work shifts that she doesn't want. She wants to get paid more for the job that she does half-assed. Like that's all of us. It's human beings, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that she's worth a CIA officer's time to further manipulate, like a person of access. And when people found out about it, it really did pop up. It's basically a larger take on Reddit's r/place, a canvas where individuals can place one pixel at a time and then draw various things they want to draw, either collaborate with each other or terrorize each other to destroy other people's stuff. So you start seeing terms for fun, you start seeing things being Here just a tiny bit of Australia, but you control on every single country. Let's take Brazil because Brazil mentioned in each of these little squares here, you control. As you can see, it is a number of challenges. That's all the talk about today. Let's start the video by side tangent. Stop pointing to your house. Stop painting your number. There are people doing this. Just basic science security active. Stop doing that. I don't know why you so many basic safety. That's my house. That's my house. That's my house. I want to this thing. That's my house. Anyway, I want to talk about this tech that is powerful. I should yes, it is getting updated. This is a basically community together. It's been around for 21 years, and it's surprisingly obvious that applications to make this formats and that can be doing something like like they have giant server farms that can do now that visually showing about data. Maybe coincidences, but when you have enough of them in a row, it stops looking like a coincidence. Where changes in OpenStreetMap does influence things like Google Maps, even though they've never publicly stated it, even though it's kind of walking a fine line of replacements. There's been things demonstrated in the past where it seems like they at least acknowledge it's around. But this is just an update. The thing that's providing it in English. This is a service. This is also but there is a funded influence in the use. This is the reason why we're in this situation, right? This situation and we've been down for a while. And yeah, there's some fun based around it. So here is a post from the author of OpenStreetMap and the person who's running the public instance. I wrote a post about how nice the last 10 months of OpenStreetMap have been. The architecture has really proven itself to be great. Well, thanks to serves of super stable always, serving tasks and monitors proved to be the great choice. Nginx is amazing and life is good. And then out of nowhere, I think sometimes I'm not looking. I go which dogs with this. I think the Nginx doesn't see
this is in life. I've seen anything like this. I shouldn't get like an extra huge trip. I look in the pipeline and I see this for the past 20 hours. We like billion US 250 This is of 2,000%. It's to find a service that is active, that is dealing with that amount of traffic. Doing nothing even close to that. You're gonna think, hey, maybe something is wrong here. Maybe something is I don't know, getting this out of maybe there's a new service that is integrating with this. Was doing something crazy. And that's exactly what this was right in the center. The new place to land it. Let's it's basically having to do without actually knowing it was going on this no idea that this didn't exist. I honestly got spent this initial parts. I've seen friends that are trying to this part. I can see this new scene. Some things in top crashing out there. And it still works. I'm the 6% investment. And 6% partial somehow it was just working. And at this point, they didn't know why this was even happening. We very quickly found out when the entire internet was talking about something related to mapping. So, what else could it possibly be? And of course, that isn't wplace.live. I don't know what it is, but the internet seems to be crazy about it. One thing is for sure, the traffic it generates is out of this world. Yeah, especially when it just comes pretty much out of it. Place does have a lot of legitimate users. It became an internet sensation basically overnight. There are still too many requests being made to the mapping service itself. There'll be a lot of people making use of WPlace, but this seems a little bit hard. If you're sitting in a singular area and you're drawing a really complex image, you're not going to be constantly requesting map data. That's going to be something handled directly on the WPlace website. So the theory is that a lot of these images are being drawn with scripts. Now, this is technically not following the rules. It is a form of modding. However, rules only exist if there is moderation for those rules. So, nice idea and interesting project. Next time, please contact me before. They would have fun did the same thing before launching internet road trip. So, where are they right now? They're in Quebec, Canada. They are in a lake currently. How did this happen? Okay, so internet road trip, basically, you're on a road trip, and then people can vote which direction they want to go in. Somehow they wound up in a river. I didn't even know this was possible. So somehow this is happening. But this is still going, and this is something that the author of it is empowering and is well aware of happening. And they even asked if traffic would be okay, and then he decided to sponsor it.
reason why we have some problems on W Place. I had to create my first ever Cloudflare rule as a single user. You broke the service for everyone and basically had to lock wplace.one. Now, since some people say, oh, there's no way you could have known beforehand this was going to go viral. And yes, you weren't certain this is going to happen. But this is prime viral material, right? Look at every single Reddit r/place. It becomes an internet sensation. One of the trying to go. And even if you're not sure how popular it's going to be, definitely could let me know, not this instance, know that, hey, maybe something is going to happen here. Just keep an eye out for this and sort of open a line of conversation. As the sole person running Freeman, I'm incredibly proud of these two numbers. First, my architecture hit a 99.4% CDN hash rate, which is fantastic for service with weekly data updates. And second, that my own service successfully handled the remaining 1,000 requests per second. So the main reason this even worked to begin with is Cloudflare was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Without Cloudflare here, this would have been dead within a minute. Probably even less. Thank you. By the way, I'm amazed that main architecture is holding up. Honestly, I am as well. The fact that people are still checking this website to see if it's working, once you think it's still here, it's still working. Very impressive. Especially so when that it's peak, when everyone is trying to actually pull things. The fact that it's working. You've done something good there. I often help you set up a self-hosted open instance, which is the perfect fit for such use cases. They get the service for free, the public instance will get the load, and everyone is happy. Also, if you don't believe there is a lot of people doing scripting, this right here is the second search result under the official website, wplace.live, tools, scripts, complete introduction. Now, this might be a malware website, and very likely is a malware website, but people are looking for scripts. People are looking for ways to abuse this, and it's a website where you place pixels by clicking something. Not exactly a Herculean task. So, for the future, I need to implement bandwidth limiting by referral. I'm looking into how to do this on Cloudflare. Nothing changes in the service. Everything will stay free and without registration. But every referral will be limited to a very high number, like 100 million requests per 24 hours or something similar. For native apps, I'll probably ask them to add a custom header identifying their app. I'll need to improve my server config to fix the empty tiles. Even though I'm not expecting a load like this in the future, I think I found the culprit in the config that was causing the missing tiles. So, if you want to support a project that somehow managed to survive all of these requests, you can go and support the Open Free Map project, even though it is not going to be the thing that's actually powering WPlace anymore. It's going to be running their own instance of Open Free Map, which is the thing that probably should have been done from the start. It's still going to power it. It's still going to help the development of the project. And hey, maybe when someone else comes along, it'll be able to survive, even more requests. So when wplace.live gets everything sorted again, we'll see what happens. We'll see if things stay popular. And if it happens quick enough, I do expect that to happen. If it takes too long, well, people move on to the next thing, the next fun internet trend. But we'll see. Right now, it's like in a weird state, but we'll see. So, hopefully you learned something about this thing, and if you didn't know about WPlace, now you do. Check it out.
Hey everyone, if my math is correct, by the time you're watching this, the channel should have reached 400,000 subscribers, which is completely not deserved, but also completely useless as a number, but also a big ego boost, so, well, and Chrome OS, and this could have implications for Linux as a whole. And we have plenty of other things, including this message from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by TuxKit. Basically, they are your open source Swiss Army knife. They have solutions that will let you automate all the maintenance steps of your open source tech stack, thanks to their various security and support offerings. You have their famous rebootless patching, but they also have endless lifecycle support for various open source technologies that are end of life or see standard vendor support, like end of life Linux distros, open source applications, languages, and runtimes like AngularJS, for example. Specifically, with endless lifecycle support for AngularJS, they offer long-term security support for versions 1.5 through 1.8.3, including some core components like Angular messages, animate, touch, resource, cookies, or route. This support can either keep using the software you currently use without the time limit, or you can plan a transition at your own pace without any deadline. It also helps ensure adherence to your security compliance obligations. Setting up endless support is as easy as adjusting a config file to get the patched versions straight from TuxKit. Click the link in the description to learn more about endless lifecycle support for AngularJS, but also for other end-of-life projects like Linux distributions, software development frameworks, or languages. It's all not the same thing. So, Google's president of Android at Google gave a little interview to Tech Radar, and within it he slipped a little nugget of information saying that Chrome OS and Android were going to be combined into a single platform. They're also saying that they are very interested in seeing how people use their laptops because, well, they don't really have real laptops these days. They have Chromebooks, which don't really work like full-blown laptops. We already knew that Chrome OS was going to move away from a real full-blown Linux system, getting its underpinnings and libraries from Android instead, but this basically confirms that the two systems are going to merge. It's not just Chrome OS grabbing a few Android, but still existing as its own platform. Now they're going to be the exact same thing. So probably you're going to buy laptops running Android. Google is also trying to implement a better multi-window desktop multitasking interface into Android, and the first Android 16 beta shows some of that. There's likely another component around that. Google might be forced to sell the Chrome browser at some point if the current US-based antitrust issues go further. And since Chrome OS is basically just Google Chrome running on top of a Linux base, this could have all kinds of implications for Chrome OS's existence. By replacing all of that base with Android, they only have one system to manage, and if Chrome has to go away and be sold, chances are to have it pre-installed by default, or they could even just build their own web browser anew. This also has implications around Linux. Google does contribute to Linux for Android servers, but also on the drivers front. They would likely still need to do that, fortunately, even by replacing Chrome OS with a desktop version of Android, because Android would still need drivers for these laptops or these desktops. So chances are this won't really change the level of although I doubt that this would happen. But let's be fair, Google doesn't really care all that much about desktop Linux. The only reason that they do have apps available for it is because they have Chrome OS Linux-based system. If there's no longer Chrome OS as a Linux-based, they're going to provide everything as an Android app, and so Linux might be left by the wayside, including Chrome for Linux, which, you know what? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Maybe people will switch back to a non-Chromium-based browser instead. All in all, like the Linux landscape still get the browser apps, you can still get the Android apps, and you also get all the Linux apps. So Chrome OS doesn't really have a place. Android is likely going to be a better on laptops and even maybe Chrome boxes or Android boxes, if it at least has a competence. Now, if needed another proof that unchecked AI is just a net negative for the world, projects are now being overwhelmed by AI-generated slop. Specific, for example, is now getting tons and tons of crappy bug generated. And when I'm saying tons and tons, it's tons and tons relative to Curl's usual bug reports. It's not like they're getting hundreds every day. The project's lead developer simply cannot deal with that anymore. He says the general trend has been more and more AI slop. About 20% of bug submissions are now clearly AI generated and properly useless. This obviously drowns out all the real reports, and it makes triage and identifying what's a real issue and what should be worked on a lot harder. This might even lead to the bug bounty program for curl ending. This is something that rewards submissions that identify security vulnerabilities. It has already paid $90,000 since 2019, and it's helped identifying some flaws that curl then fixed. Technically, anyone submitting a bug report to that bounty program should disclose the use of AI. But of course, they don't do that, either because they don't read the disclosure agreement, or they would just spam the bug bounty program using AI, and so they don't want to tell that they're using AI because they are just terrible people. The project lead said that you're generally just better off avoiding AI as a whole, which I entirely agree with. Each submission apparently takes from 30 minutes to 3 hours to be looked at, and each submission is looked at by 3 or 4 reviewers out of the 7 who work on the project. So that is a lot of wasted time. So even if these aren't hundreds of AI slop reports per month, it is still taxing on people. And the worst thing is that the project lead says that a lot of these bug reporters think that they really are helpful by submitting their AI-generated bug report, meaning that these people do not know anything about what they're trying to fix or the project. They're not even evil. They just really believe AI is capable of identifying giant flaws, and so they're just spamming project with these bug reports trying to help. Let's face facts. Generative AI has just made the internet a way worse place. It's just pure garbage. It's misinformation, it's scams, it's spams, and the few legitimate use cases are drowned out by all the problematic ones. In the meantime, we're gonna have to find solutions or filters or tools to get rid of all that crap, and I don't know if that's even feasible anymore. Now, the GNOME Foundation, since they elected their new executive director, they've now been joined by Postmarket OS, maybe the best Linux on phones effort that we currently have. They've joined the GNOME Advisory Board, meaning maybe we'll see more effort on that front. Funding is also a big area the foundation is looking into, obviously, with a new donation page in the works to fund videos, letting people get a bird's eye view of what needs funding, who funds what, but also letting contributors apply for grants, for fellowships, and for jobs. They're also following the KDE route, trying to build partnerships with hardware makers like Framework or Slimbook to make sure that GNOME works really well on these devices out of the box, and maybe at some point showcasing the future GNOME OS as a pre-installed option, once at least it is a real option for a daily drive. Now, all this transparent communication and the efforts that they're making to try and make GNOME viable are, I think, a really good indication that the foundation is now in competent and good hands. So props to the new executive director. Looks like he's doing a good job, although the GNOME Foundation does have a long road ahead to actually become sustainable itself and then be able to invest in GNOME's developers. But it looks like they have the right ideas, but just have to wait and see if it actually works. Still on GNOME, there's some work happening on the parental controls section of GNOME, something I personally don't have an interest in because my only son is really hairy and he's actually a cat. But I'm sure that this will help a lot of people who have kids. The goal is to redesign the parental controls UI to make it work like other parts of GNOME. So basically modernizing, libweighting this part of GNOME. But they also want to have these controls integrated in the lock screen as well. And they want to add new features like screen time monitoring, screen time limits, bedtime schedules, and web filtering. All features that should probably be in any control software. So having that on GNOME directly is probably really good because it really did not do anything if it didn't have that, did it? Work has been contracted and the UI refresh is already completed, and it might even become part of GNOME 49 in September, although it's not certain yet. The next steps will be adding the page to let parents manage web filtering and screen time limits, which will probably be a huge help for using a Linux PC at home if you have kids. I never looked into parental control software on Linux because I don't have a kid, and although I am a kid in some ways, I do know how to self-regulate in most cases sometimes. But if you find this topic interesting, if you would like me to take a look at parental control software on Linux, leave me a comment down below and I'll do my best to check out all the available options. Now, PHP is proposing a license change to its entire code base. PHP has been licensed under two separate custom ones, the PHP license for all the base language and the Zend Engine license for all the Zend Engine code, as they wanted to make sure you could use any of those two parts separately. As both projects got more and more interconnected, this dual licensing scheme proved problematic, notably because it could make PHP incompatible with the likes of the GPU. So there is a new proposal to update that PHP license and that Zend license to instead adopt the 3-clause BSD license for both parts of PHP, starting with PHP 9. This would be an OSI-endorsed license, so it should be compatible with other free software and open source licenses, and it has minimal restrictions to use, package, modify, and redistribute the code. The change is being discussed currently. It will not change any of the rights granted by contributors or granted to users, so it doesn't seem like a bad idea on paper, although, as always, license changes are controversial. The proposal has a nice, detailed historical breakdown for why that dual licensing scheme was adopted and why the person behind the proposal thinks that this needs to change. PHP doesn't need permission from all of its contributors to change that license, but they want to do things properly, so they are holding a vote, and they're giving people 6 months of discussion before holding that vote, which is probably the right way of handling this. Just because you don't have to ask for permission to change something doesn't mean you shouldn't consult the contributors and the community. So this is being done in the right way. And in the end, it probably, for PHP developers and users, it's just going to simplify how you can integrate PHP in other projects. So probably a good thing. Now, as the NVK open source drivers for NVIDIA are now part of Mesa, and they allow NVIDIA GPUs to run demanding stuff without using the official drivers, Phoronix did a little benchmark of the official drivers versus the NVK plus Nuvo stack. And it looks like things aren't quite up to par just yet. The TLDR is that NVK plus Nuvo is currently giving you, on average, 45 to 47% of the performance of the official drivers on modern NVIDIA GPUs, which is, in my opinion, just not good enough to ever envision ditching the official modules. NVK does outperform the NVIDIA drivers in a few cases, in Vulkan benchmarks, but in most cases, whether you're using OpenGL or Vulkan, NVK is not even close. In games, the performance is way lower as well, with stuff like Arkham Knight or Counter-Strike 2 getting about a third of the frames with NVK, and other games barely reaching half. Now, obviously, this is not criticism for NVK. They started work on it, I think, 2 years ago, and they're also still reliant on Nuvo, which is a very old kernel driver that just doesn't work well with recent NVIDIA GPUs. They do need to do a lot of optimization, but it's actually quite impressive that in 2 years they managed to get a driver that can actually run benchmarks and games and run them properly. Sure, the performance is not up to snuff, but it works. So it's still fantastic work. It's just not ready for daily use just yet, unless you only use your NVIDIA GPU to accelerate your desktop and video playback and your web browser, in which case you don't really need the NVIDIA modules anymore. You can just use Nouveau plus NVK, and that's actually a pretty good thing already. Now, a sign that Google is still willing to support some Linux hardware, they're proposing to change how haptic touchpads work on Linux. They offered a design proposal to change how the HID drivers that handle these input devices work, and also a change to how the user space drivers work as well. Now, this only affects touchpads that do not click physically, like the ones you would find on modern Macs, not your regular dive board touchpads that most laptops still use. The goal of their proposal is to have a standard protocol to allow user space apps to talk to these haptic touchpads, and also to reduce duplication of code between vendors. This would allow apps to handle haptic feedback, like vibrating the touchpad when needed, but also potentially letting these apps act on certain presses with maybe certain force thresholds, like, for example, force clicking a word to get a definition, or force clicking a link to display a preview of the web page behind that link. Why this and why now? Well, there are apparently multiple projects to develop these touchpads outside of what Apple is currently doing. I would assume Google is working on one as well. And so to avoid multiple vendors developing multiple implementations, like what we've seen in the early days of touchpads on Linux, Google is trying to take the lead on it at the kernel level. Now, when I first used haptic touchpads on the first MacBook Pros that used them, I found them trash. They just did not replicate a real click. You could clearly feel that it was vibrating. The extra features stacked on them never really were all that interesting, but on the latest Macs that I tried, I think it's now suitable. I still kind of prefer the regular old dive board touchpad. I don't quite see the need for the haptic ones, unless maybe they're like more resilient over time. Not sure about that. But hey, if they are going to happen on multiple other computers, then we might as well have a solid implementation for drivers on Linux. So if it's Google taking the lead, then fine. As long as it's all open source, I don't care. Now, Firefox 141 is getting web GPU support, about 2 years after Chromium-based browsers implemented that same feature. Web GPU is a way to let web apps, or just websites, access the GPU directly, meaning it provides much better performance than stuff like WebGL. It is a W3C standard, and currently only Chrome and Chromium-based browsers support it. Firefox just added it, and Safari has yet to implement it, probably because they have to build the entire layer that talks to their own graphics API, instead of using something that is a multi-API. Unfortunately, Web GPU is Windows only for now on Firefox. It should come to Linux and macOS in a few months, because it is built using WGPU, which provides a way to just link that web GPU to any graphical API, whether it's Vulkan, and WGPU is an open source library that Mozilla is a major contributor to. There's also a lot of work left to be done on this thing for Firefox, even on Windows, to improve the performance, to reduce the latency, and to add a few methods, notably to use it for video decoding. Now, I know that these features tend to annoy some people because you're basically turning your web browser into an entire operating system with direct hardware access, which does increase the attack surface for websites, basically, and for your web browser and on your system. So not necessarily a great thing always, but as soon as Chromium-based browsers have it, this means that 90% of the web browsers used in the world have it. And so you can't really not have it if you're an alternative web browser, because if you don't, you're going to get incompatible with a lot of websites really quickly. Now, another week, another lawsuit against AI that probably won't be solved for years. This time, it's against Anthropic, as 3 authors sued them for copyright infringement, alleging that the AI company used pirated book libraries to train their model. A US judge said that this can be turned into a class action lawsuit on behalf of all authors whose work would have been downloaded from those same pirate libraries back in 2021 and 2022. The judge says that Anthropic may have illegally downloaded up to 7 million books, which would potentially expose them to billions of dollars in damages, which I think could probably bankrupt that company, because even though they probably have billions of dollars in investor money, they have to burn that money to actually work because they don't generate any cash right now. Of course, Anthropic is looking to challenge that ruling, but the arguments, as always with AI companies, are extremely flimsy. They're not saying, oh, we didn't do it. They're saying it's hard to prove copyright infringement at massive scale. But as always, why they don't pay creators and authors are always along the lines of, if we had to pay, it would cost us millions, which, yeah, it's not like they have any ground to stand on anyway. Some use cases for AI are fair use, and the judge, apparently in that case, ruled that Anthropic did do something along the lines of fair use with those books, but using pirated copies is still illegal, even if you use them for something that is fair use. So this is why this can be turned into a class action. Hopefully this puts an end to this madness that we're living through right now, but I'm not too hopeful. Common sense rarely prevails over money and laziness and stupidity, so yeah, AI is probably gonna win. And let's conclude with some gaming, because as x86 emulation on ARM seems to be mostly ready right now, including for games, there's also work on x86 emulation for RISC-V with the x86 project. This lets you run x86 apps on RISC-V on Linux. And this now includes Steam and some big games like Crysis or The Witcher 2 and 3. Games that use Steam DRM should also work now. It is early days, performance might be terrible, but it is a nice proof of concept. Felix86 is also working on better system integration with file system emulation using a separate executable, and they're also working on letting users run the entire emulator a bit more easily through an emulated batch. Much like ARM emulation, if it progresses well enough and it becomes a stable way to access x86 software on RISC-V devices, it will likely end up being packaged and pre-configured by distributions like what Fedora did with FEX, for example. And sure, RISC-V is not extremely popular right now. They don't really have a big flagship product like you would have for ARM with their recent Macs, but it's still getting a lot of attention. We're seeing a lot of projects adopt it and start trying to provide boards with it and try to port Linux to it. But it's the usual chicken and egg problem. If you can't run your usual software, you're never going to buy it. And if no one uses it, no one is compiling or building the software for that architecture. So having the emulator bridges that gap for the initial years or decades where the architecture is starting to take off. And then you can actually start porting the software to it, and you also still have a way to run stuff that hasn't been ported. So congrats on the developers for this. Hopefully it does for RISC-V what FEX and Box86 and stuff like that did for ARM as well. In the meantime, if you need excellent x86 devices, you have our sponsor, Tuxedo Computers. Tuxedo makes laptops and desktops that ship with
Neuropsychiatric conditions, so depression, anxiety, psychosis. Expressed to create your brain cells, and then brain cells have activity, which gives rise to your thoughts and behaviors. So this is the domino chain. So we're looking for the broken domino in the chain that needs a fix. Target the therapy. Researchers are kind of waking up to the idea that that is a massively oversimplified way of thinking about the brain. We have not just causes that lead to effects, like a domino chain, but we also have effects that are feeding back on themselves as causes. We also have feedback loops within the brain. So brain area A sends information to B, and B also sends information back to A. What this amounts to in the brain is a question of how do we control complex systems? We can't control the weather. We know we can't control it. Will the brain control it?
Dr. Nicole Rust is one of the world's leading neuroscientists tackling the most urgent mystery in medicine. Why, despite billions of dollars spent, are we no closer to curing the deadliest disorders that plague humanity, like depression or Alzheimer's?
Morning. Good, how are you?
Offering a new her bold vision brings together psychedelics, brain plasticity, mathematical modeling, and artificial intelligence, offering real hope that we're on the edge of a mental health revolution. Remember to subscribe to the channel now. It really helps us out. If you don't, your brain might never forgive you for missing a future conversation.
these systems are all about interactions between parts. And so you have to study their parts all at the same time as opposed to one.
Yes.
When I was recording from neurons 20 years ago, we could record from one neuron at a time. Today, we can record from a million neurons simultaneously in a house.
That's staggering.
It's like crazy. In the case of depression, it's pretty clear to me that what needs to happen is something like a phenomenal reprogramming that strikes between millions of different brain cells. And it is probably stuck in this maladaptive state, and it needs to relearn its way. So how do we trigger that plasticity? And that's where I think psychedelics come in. So all of the evidence suggests that that's what psychedelics are doing. They're kind of opening a type of plasticity that's in some cases you only see in childhood. You don't understand. And that's fantastic. But it's only fantastic if what's paired with that experience is a way to relearn in a positive way. So some of this, so the pairing of psychedelic therapy plus a behavioral talk therapy, right? That is that pairing together. I'm so optimistic about this as the next type of step.
Dr. Nicole Ghost, in your view, are all greatest state?
So in order to answer that question, we have to begin by defining what it means to be an eating disorder, and it's means to say a form of neurodiversity, right? And I think that the difference there is subtle, but very, very there are genetic concerns that things that we label disorder, things like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, depression, other conditions are actually disorders. They're actually forms of neurodiversity, and society has wrongly become intolerant to some of these. And so I think that that distinction is important, and it's a conversation that we have to have as a society. I don't think we want to hear neurodiversity, right? That's not the goal. However, for individuals with these conditions, a subset of them really do want better treatments. So when I use that term disorder, I really use it as an experience. I think that the individuals with these conditions, that's where I have to decide, do they want treatment? Do they need treatment? For example, in the case of ADHD, it can cause issues like insomnia, right? Which is when our brains heal themselves. So that can be a problem. It can actually cause problems where it's really hard to hold a conversation. So I can imagine that somebody with those types of very severe conditions might want to maybe there's symptoms, but I don't think the whole game is to be safe. So yeah, I think there's not really there are also other conditions, like Alzheimer's disease. Yes, I really hope that we can cure these other conditions where I don't think about them in the same way. It's something that it's not neurodiversity. It's right. It's a neurodiversity.
Yeah.
With that very changing.
Right. It's a really important distinction to make. I've been thinking a lot about, and I've been enjoying aphantasia. Aphantasia is just this completely fascinating thing to me, but even in the way that it's labeled, aphantasia,
Oh, yeah.
a lack of
Thank you.
imagery. So it's labeled in its name as a deficit. But what's coming up in interesting research is that there's actually a lot of benefits to having aphantasia. So things like trauma, things like PTSD, possibly depression, anxiety, it might be almost something different, but they actually might be a bit protected against some of these things. So what's labeled as a deficit is absolutely not. And, there's been highly successful people with aphantasia. The good friend of Pixar wasn't able to visually create visual imagery in their mind. It's fascinating. And I love this conversation around neurodivergence. I think it is fascinating. And it's important, I think, at the start of this conversation, as you have, to try and draw a hard line in the sand, even though it might be tricky to do at some points.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do think dispersal of the condition, right? There isn't one best way to be a human, right? We have to acknowledge that. And I think we also have to acknowledge that it's not only is it not the ideal, right, that humanity would suffer if we were all citizens. I don't think that we could for humanity. As individuals, we're better together, right? And when we have lots of different versions of us, then if there's just one copy of us, again, that's just not consistent.
Yes, no, I couldn't agree more. I asked ChatGPT to rank order the 10 most prevalent brain disorders based on curability.
Okay.
I'm just curious. I ask these kind of questions all the time, always curious about what it says.
Very careful.
What would you guess it said was the most curable brain disorder?
Curable. You mean the potential to find a cure or one that has been cured? I guess I would say potential to find a cure because I would have a hard time saying that much has been cured. I would say, probably like there are forms of genetically inherited disorders that children can inherit. These are motor disorders that we actually do have a gene therapy for, so we can give them a one-time therapy. So that would be probably number one. I would say one that already has effectively been cured. What's a chat do you say?
It said epilepsy for number one, which kind of surprised me. Epilepsy is one that I think there's pretty good symptom management for, and it kind of comes down to, again, how are you defining a cure?
Yes.
But I'm kind of not defining that as a cure because it can be quite expensive for people. It's financially a burden, and I'm not entirely versed on the side effects of that medication, but they're almost never, it's never just a taken and you won't have the symptoms. There's almost always side effects. So I'm kind of not considering that a cure. So in mind, do you think that's, remotely, do you think epilepsy is in the next decade, you reckon, that we can really,
Yeah, so let's talk about epilepsy. We should talk about this concept called precision medicine. And so it's the idea that certain symptoms, like seizures, can have a multitude of underlying causes.
Yes.
And it creates a very thorny problem we can talk about, like how you can find the cause if you can't maybe group together individuals with the same cause. But epilepsy is indisputably one of those issues. That there are many different underlying causes for epilepsy, some of which are genetically inherited. So you have a version of a gene that makes your brain more sensitive to epileptic seizures, but it's not all just genetic inheritance. And so saying that we've cured a disorder, right, would mean that we cured all versions of it, right? You don't want to say we cured epilepsy. So that seems to be somewhat far off. But what might be a closer goal is we could imagine curing certain types of epilepsy. So individuals with particular genetic variants, maybe we could figure out how to develop something like a gene therapy to cure that. When I think about the difference between this word cure and treatment, it's exactly how you're using it, but let's just spell it out. So a cure would be some sort of maybe one-time therapy or something preventative such that the individual would never experience the symptoms going forward. Whereas a treatment would be something that, like you said, it mitigates the symptoms. But we can, for example, we can treat Parkinson's disease, so we can help individuals, but we cannot stop the neurodegeneration that leads to the decline in Parkinson's disease. The same is true for other neurodegenerative conditions as well. So that's the difference between a treatment and a cure. We can treat Parkinson's, but we can't cure Parkinson's.
Yeah, it put Parkinson's as number 2.
Okay, yeah. So can't cure Parkinson's, absolutely not. I mean, that's the dream, right? Just obviously that's coming soon, but not yet.
My number one guess, which was one that I was kind of surprised to realize that we don't have any cure for, which kind of seems a little bit more linear than others, is migraines. And we don't have a cure for migraine. And you can understand there's really complex brain disorders, and I'm sure migraine is complex in itself, but it at least seems a bit more linear, right? I mean, it seems a little more straightforward that we should be able to maybe make progress there.
And we have, and in the last handful of years, there have been this new class of drugs centered around a chemical in the brain called CGRP, which both can be taken to prevent migraines and also treat migraines when they happen. And so that's been game changing for the migraine field, as I understand it. But migraine is also one of these issues with precision medicine. Not everyone's migraines are caused by the same sort of thing, right? Because we're all, our brains are wired up differently, we have different genes and so on. And so that's a problem also with a multitude of underlying causes. But that has been a game changer. I hold that up as one of the big success stories in recent brain research, these game changing drugs to prevent and treat migraine for individuals who suffer, because I understand they're just absolutely debilitating.
Right. It does almost seem that as we learn more about these disorders, and as you say, these labels that we have are almost certainly not one thing. Right? I mean, depression is probably millions of things. And as we learn more about it, we might cure one tiny subsection corner over here, but then we've created 10 more versions here.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of curious. My first question was like, are all brain disorders curable? Do you, even hypothetically, decades down the line, do you think that's true? You kind of just keep creating them and dissecting them, and more will crop up. And the brain is just so complex that it almost seems like a pipe dream that we would, again, depending on who you find, cure them all.
Well, I think, unquestionably, I think it's better than where we are today, right? And so that short-term goal, I think, is something we really want to work hard and throw lots of resources at to help the billions of individuals who are suffering from all sorts of conditions. That's a really interesting question. What's the end goal? It kind of reminds me a little bit of the aging field. Like, is the goal really immortality, or is the goal just like healthy living up to a point? And yeah, it's circling back to what we were talking about. Where do you draw the line between low mood and depression, right? Presumably mood is for something that is beneficial. We don't want to get rid of mood. That's not the goal.
Exactly.
Eliminating mood is actually but where do you say that that's triggered into depression, right? It would be abnormal if someone close to you dies, disappears, and you feel nothing for them, right? So that's a normal version of low mood. It's when, usually we think about it as depression, when our minds kind of get stuck in that place and we're not recovering. And I don't think we want to get rid of our emotional experience, right? It's part of what makes stuff, right? But we do want to help people who get stuck there. So will we be able to cure it all? Yeah, I don't even know how to think about it in terms of,
I know.
is that the goal, right? I don't think the goal is immortality, and I don't think the goal is eliminating everything. But where do we draw the line? I think that's it's a fuzzy area.
Right. That's what I think the podcasts are for. I like asking these questions that don't really have answers, but you can kind of just think out loud for a while, and maybe you arrive at something interesting that,
I agree.
You're so right though. Like, negative emotion is fundamental to humanity. It's fundamental to art and movies. Like, imagine a movie that didn't have negative emotion. That would just be there'd be no contrast. There'd be no conflict. There's no humanity there. There's no up and down. There's no heroes. So
yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, you can't feel the good unless we have some perspective, right? Also experience a little bit of the bad.
are drinking less alcohol than ever, which overall I think is great, but I'm still looking for a little treat at the end of a workday or a hard workout. And that's where Sentia comes in. Sentia is a 0% alcohol drink that feels like you're drinking something special without any of the downsides. It's created by neuroscientists, and it's designed to give you that relaxing.
In your brain feeds back and shapes which genes are actually expressed. Your environment also feeds back and shapes how your brain is wired up, right? So we have all these feedback loops. We also have feedback loops within the brain. So brain area A sends information to B, and B also sends information back to A. And so we know that the brain is a much more complicated type of thing than a domino chain, and this has huge implications. Now, in terms of your specific question about antidepressants, So there, I think, are two ways to think about how a treatment operates once we incorporate these feedback loops. And the problem is what engineers would call a control problem. So the idea is that the brain is in an unhealthy state, like depression. We want to shift it back to health. The question is, how do you do that? It might be that there really is one of those kind of dominoes in a chain, like a mutated gene, that does that false. But it also might be something much more complicated than that. Because you have all of these parts, again, causes leading to effects, feedback is causes, you have all these time delays and all of this adaptation, all this complexity. We know a lot about systems like these because they tend to be things like the weather and ecosystems and nuclear reactors and all these things that we've studied quite extensively in physics and ecology. We also know that in systems like these, small modifications to the system can have these really big unpredictable effects. And the weather is a great example. It's famous for having the butterfly effect, right? The idea that a butterfly flapping its wings over Brazil can cause a hurricane in, say, Texas in the United States. And there's no magic there because we know we know the equations that govern the weather and lead to these kind of things. Now, the implication for treating brain disorders is that we think the brain will be like that too. Small perturbations, treatments to the system will have these big unpredictable effects. And so really what this amounts to in the brain is a question of how do we control?
Morning, night.
We can't control the weather. We know we can't
Oi.
control it.
Thank you.
Insofar as we will have effective treatments, they might be because there really was a broken domino that works. And it might be that it works another way. And so I'll offer up one hypothesis about what those antidepressants actually are doing. And we don't know, like you said, we don't really know a lot about what's happening at the level of molecules. So when these chemicals, we understand a little bit about how it affects release chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. Chemicals gives rise to mood and to depression. But one idea is that depression is a brain that's kind of self-entrenched in a maladaptive state. And what it needs to do is learn itself out of that again. And what those antidepressants are doing is they're actually triggering a type of plasticity, a type of learning such that the brain can recover its function. But it's clear the antidepressants also
Yeah. I think that's really well explained. I think that was really well said. Why do you think we ever treated the brain as a linear system? Because it's very easy to be hindsight, hindsight's 2020. It's like, oh, it's obviously not linear, but it kind of seems like you're crossing your fingers and being like, come on, please work. But is there really that good theoretical groundings on why something like that would work when you're dealing with such a complex system?
That is a great question. And I can answer this firsthand because my last 20 years of research have all been about treating the brain as a domino chain. What was motivating? There's this famous quote in science by an individual, his name is George P. Box. The quote goes, all models are wrong, but some are useful. And so what the phrase is meant to convey is that when we build a model, try to recapitulate all of reality, right? Because that's not a model, that's just copies. What we're trying to do is we're trying to extract the things that matter for whatever phenomenon we're interested in. And so for a long time, we've been aware that the brain is chock full of these feedback loops at all levels. The question is, what are they there for, and do they actually do anything? So this was a very active conversation at earlier stages in my career. Well, maybe they're just there for learning, and maybe they're there for development. Maybe they don't actually do anything. in the brain, in terms of, maybe the brain wires itself up and it figures out how it needs to do what needs to be done. And then those connections don't really matter anymore. So I think for a long time, researchers have been looking for, trying to approach the brain, which is the most complicated thing in the known universe with its 86 billion neurons, right? And trying to just like say, well, how far can we get if we just map out this causes leading to effects, right? That's complicated enough. And I think about neuroscience in the past 30 years as a big push forward toward that goal, mapped out a lot of causes to effects. And now we're ready for this new elaboration. The next thing I would say, this is actually more important first, is up to this point in history, we didn't have the right technology to take on the brain as a dynamic system. Okay. These systems are all about interactions between their parts. And so you have to study their parts all at the same time as opposed to one at a time.
Yes.
When I was recording from neurons 20 years ago, we could record from one neuron at a time. Today, we can record from 1 million neurons simultaneously.
That's staggering.
Isn't that crazy?
It's worth restating. Sorry, it's worth restating. You said 20 years ago you could record from one singular neuron.
One neuron or maybe two.
If you're lucky.
Yeah. And so we finally have the right biotechnology in order to study the brain's system at all levels, genetic and activity. We also have new breakthroughs in artificial intelligence and machine learning, which are allowing us to build models of things that become to take on the brain as a feedback loop.
Biological fingerprints for psychiatric conditions. Do you think that is because they don't exist and it's more complicated, or our technology isn't sufficiently high resolution? I've always thought that we have placed an underimportance on the body. So we say that depression is a brain disorder, but it's kind of always seemed to me like a brain and body disorder. And it biological fingerprints if we could encapsulate that ridiculously complicated system, like trying to incorporate the body. I understand why we use reductionism, but now it's a ridiculously complicated system. But again, sort of future, we fast forward a few decades and we do have technology to be able to record brain and body and the interactions between brain and body. Do you think then we might be able to get very solid biological underpinnings for most of these conditions?
Yeah, I would like to say about this. On the other side of writing elusive cures. So before I wrote elusive cures, I studied C and I studied memory. And then I zoomed out to when I wrote elusive cures, I studied all sorts of functions and dysfunctions just to put code together. And when I was ready to jump back in, I asked myself, where do I want to jump in now? Do I want to do more of what I used to do, or do I want to do something different? And so the way the function I decided to jump back in with is mood. And so just understand that nuts and bolts, what's happening in our brains, and just very normal everyday mood fluctuations. So lots of opinions on this. My take is that the only route to the mind is in fact the brain. However, it's really important for us to talk about that word cause, because that's really what makes the neuroscience of feelings different than the neuroscience of, say, memory. In terms of feelings, like we could say that what's causing them are patterns of brain activity. That's one kind of idea about feelings. But then we can talk about what's causing the patterns of brain activity. And that, I think, what you're talking about comes in. So there was this wonderful study published in the past few years, for example, showing really convincingly that in mice, the gut microbiome those bacteria are releasing a chemical, it's totally different, but it's not a chemical, that travels up into the brain and then actually influences how physically active the minds are. So that's an example of exactly what you're talking about, right? So we can map the patterns of brain activity that are then triggering the mice to be active and going into, but that's not going to tell us what's triggering those patterns. But brain activity, because that's like that. Okay? So I think the answer is both yes, we need to think about causes outside the brain to figure out what's triggering brain activity. But I still do think that we will be able to, with higher resolution, be able to decipher in the brain and map those patterns of brain activity onto brains. And so what's been holding back that effort is exactly what you said in terms of that term resolution.
Yeah.
So what sets the neuroscience of humans apart from all of the other brain functions like memory or seeing or motor control, it gets a little bit philosophical, but it's very conceptual. In all of these other cases, what we're really leveraging there is that all these other brain functions can be studied on the ground. So for example, I can create a memory task, I can show you pictures, I can ask you, have you seen them before? And there's a ground truth you have or you haven't.
Yeah.
So I can measure ground truth performance. I can also study these things in animals who are performing tasks. And in animals, hands down, unquestionable, you have the best, highest resolution measures. Great. In humans, we don't have resolutions at the same level. So in some cases, there will be individuals who are implanted with electrodes for epilepsy, so for clinical purposes, and we can learn a little bit about the brain, but those electrodes aren't implanted everywhere. We can't learn about the whole brain, and there are lots of complications to that type of data. And so the reason that all of these other brain functions are moving forward at such a faster clip is because we can study this with animals. When it comes to the neuroscience of feelings, the thing that sets us apart is they are a subjective experience. No one knows how happy you are really but you. There's no, we can't create a task as a ground truth for how happy you should be, right? And so that's what makes it hard to study. We can actually ask animals how they feel. And so we've lost that connection. So that's the bottleneck that it's been through. There's no doubt in my mind that brain activity gives rise to the mind when it comes to feelings in the same way that it gives rise to all of the other things that we do. And so, yeah, part of what my research program is about getting through that bottleneck so we can actually come up with the neuroscience of things.
So cool. I love the neuroscience of emotion. I've been obsessed with Lisa Feldman Barrett's work. I think she's a great writer. And I'm really curious if there's anywhere you disagree with her on. But one thing interesting there, you said that the only one who knows how happy I am is me. I would maybe push back and say that I don't know that either. I don't know. I don't know if we understand our subjective feelings, maybe even as much as we understand others. Like I spoke to Dr. Russell Groberg in the podcast, who is the originator of the experience sampling method. Basically, he just showed that his most consistent finding over 50 years is that we don't understand our own inner experience at all. We don't know how much we talk to each other. We don't know how much we talk to ourselves. We don't know how much the contents of our emotions. We can't judge the interoceptive signals we get from our look very often. Are we anxious? Are we nervous? Based on what you had for breakfast, that can sort of change and the mood can kind of emerge from that. So, like, I think it's even more complicated than that in some senses, that we can't even understand our own subjective experience when there's no objective yardstick, right? So, like, being 9 out of 10 happy means absolutely nothing, because you would have to have some sort of relativistic measure.
Yeah, certainly that's absolutely the case. There's all sorts of stuff happening in our brains that we're not consciously aware of.
Yes.
But that's also true for seeing. So there's this well-established phenomenon that if you are asked to do a really hard task, so imagine a field of just flickering dots, and a small fraction of those dots are moving a little bit more in one direction or the other. And you ask to judge what direction are the dots in that moving. If all the dots are going like this, you're very cool. That way, and they're moving that way. But there are cases in which there's just a little bit of information there, your behavior is well above chance, but you feel very much like this. Like, I have no idea what's going on. Right? So absolutely, there's a ton of information that our brains have access to that's driving our behavior. We aren't necessarily consciously. It is a challenge at the same time. I think, we can push through with some of the topics because certainly there are these clear cases which know exactly how you're feeling, right? And so even saying there, understanding what person is advice and then taking on like consumer questions here. I think those clear cases.
For sure. 2025 is the year that me and you are going to fix our sleep. Now, that does not mean that we need to go full Brian Johnson on this. But one thing we can do that's super easy is to buy the highest quality sleep mask on the market. I've been blown away by how much better I sleep. It's just a fact that people are not sleeping in completely dark environments, and studies show that that affects sleep quality, time to get to sleep, and increases the fragmentation. I have tried other sleep masks. I first bought one on Amazon last year for like €5. The problem is they're just really poor quality. They don't really block out any of the light, and you can't adjust them to your planet's head. Manta is fully adjustable, so it literally fits all of the strangest and weirdest size. Manta has a literally stupid lights. I sleep with Manta every single night and see direct improvements in quality, duration, and I feel why it's a problem for my boyfriend and she has Manta have a bunch of different sleep masks on their website. I've tried the normal sleep mask as well as the sound mask. I like to listen to audiobooks at night, so for that reason, the sound mask. For some reason, my girlfriend doesn't want to listen to heavy reality perception that I've been talking about sleep. So this is a really good solution for that. It's incredibly comfortable. But as I said, I think I'm going to keep like making sure that people in normal ordinary mask is going to feel their super comfortable, completely adjustable. Literally is just a really high quality product. Manta are giving my viewers 10% off their first sleep mask. They ship internationally, and they also offer a 60-day free trial. That's 59 of the best nights of sleep you've ever had. I literally promise that. But if for any reason you aren't satisfied, you will get your money back, no questions asked. I really couldn't recommend more. If you're looking to do something to improve your sleep, sleep mask is lowest hanging fruit. It's so simple and easy to apply. I think it will benefit life and overall health. I would not recommend that. Before we go down this rabbit hole, maybe again it's important to set out a definition. What do you think an emotion is, in your view? Is the same different from saying an emotion interchangeable? And if not, why not?
So first let's talk about the risk. So emotions are generally triggered by specific things, like you see a tiger and not true, or you see maybe scenes what differentiates emotions it's sometimes made up. That's generally the way to do it. It's not that nothing causes things. The thing that sets them apart suggests that these are an integration for many experiences, and not just so they're kind of a running average of goodness and badness. And as you mentioned, also they also are affected by internal things like hunger and hormone levels, right? Things that we might exactly understand. So that's the difference between emotion and emotions. Emotions are triggered by specific things, diffuse, and no longer lasting. And then when it comes to
Can I make one point on that? Sorry, just to clarify, it's a really important distinction, right? Is an emotion also not? So I see a tiger. is that not also that whatever emotion I feel in that moment, is that not also sort of integrated across my lifetime based on how I've reacted to how my brain has predicted tiger-like things, the sound, the sensory experience? Is that emotion not also an integrated experience over time based on how I've dealt with that experience in the past?
Yeah, so there's the trigger stage, and then there's the but yeah, so there's the event that is happening in the world that triggers the emotion. And then there's the question about how that relationship between the events and the emotion is learned. And yes, there's lots of evidence to suggest that some of these are a little bit more clear, and then some of them are very learned and cultural differences, for example, between the things that we're scared of versus not. And also, fatigue is a classic example of things that partly trigger strong emotions in some people will come to trigger strong emotions in others. So yes, there's a lot of learning between events and what they so, that's one of the things about emotion as well is so there are some argue that we should resort that term emotion for things that really do have more flexible kind of contextual components to them. It's one of those big debates. For example, if you see a tiger in front of you, if you see a tiger at the state of you see a tiger on the TV screen, it will scare you. So, we always reserve the term emotion. Tiger situation, of the eye, doesn't quite make sense.
Right. Right.
I yes. That's subjective experience of emotions, not all emotions, but not everyone agrees. Some like to use emotion for something that is like so we call them a little less interesting than important, I think, but just like let's all think about it. What's the best way to think about it? The best way to think about it is to now I'm not quite sure how about it. I'm just thinking about it. He said us from the end to backward, or like we should be thinking about more traditional will say is what I really think that anything is it needs some mathematical rules. Other brain functions down and elaborate mathematical models. And so when we say these words, we can actually map them on to concepts that we don't and I think that's the next big step. So we just got to write on this technology. And so it might be that these things are equivalent to them, right? Maybe they don't actually make any different predictions, right? That's the thing that I
think there is an emotion region, right? Or is emotion a holistic brain process?
I am dubious that emotion is one thing and it's all that is to certainly not all the emotions are going to have the same brain. Emotion brain area that if you waste all of emotions disappear and nothing else. Right? So certainly parts of the brain that would die, emotions. But in terms of selective, emotion is not last brain region. Whether particular emotions to particular brain areas, that's I don't think there's going to be a class.
Being this more primitive evolutionary region and our, rational prefrontal cortex, which made us our apex predator. I think the way you phrase there is correct. Brain region is maybe your brain region might rely on a particular emotion and vice versa. But do you think it's hard to phrase this question in the way that I want, but would you guess that emotions in general are localized to very specific regions, or is it much more of an interconnected, holistic process? Like, how do we think about where emotions are?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and the jury is still very much out on these questions, so we don't know. I think certainly there are brain areas we can rule out. So I would be very surprised to hear that emotion is in the eye or the ear, for example. However, and maybe we can talk about emotions. We can also talk about moods. So emotions are triggered by experiences. And those experiences, like seeing a tiger, so the seeing act is triggered by information processing through our seeing, our visual system, right? So you can't, where do you say that the perception part ends and the emotion part begins? The distinction. Good or bad, and that's kind of being movement. Then there are parts of our brain that are integrating over those multiple experiences to create our moods, right? That would be like the ABC maybe of what creates a mood. And the big question is, are those things happening all in the same parts of the brain or in different parts of the brain? So you could imagine maybe there's seeing, there's tagging with good or bad, and then there's the integration, right? And that might happen in 3 different parts of the brain. You can also create, and this is where the types of ideas and elusive cures come into play, these big reciprocal complex dynamical systems where if A is sending information to B and B is sending information back to A again, maybe we can't tease these things apart in that really nice way, right? Maybe it's all kind of muddled up together in the brain. I think it's going to be more like that ultimately. But the way we're going to know is we're going to build big models of how all this works, right? And the models are going to recapitulate what the brain's doing, and then we'll really be able to wrap our heads around how this models work. I think that's how we're going to get there.
I know I'm incredibly excited for when your emotion book comes out. Anyway, I'm already just put me on the pre-order list. Even if you haven't inked a single word, it's coming in 5 years. I'm so excited to read it.
Let's see. I think I spent a little bit of time doing some science, right, and trying to figure some stuff out before. But there's some really great books out there. Like as you said, these books are fantastic. I would love to figure it all out about emotion. Very rewarding.
For sure. I think one of the contentious things in her theory, if it isn't all contentious, when I've brought it up with people like Anil Seth and Dr. Kevin Mitchell, is the nature of hardwiredness. I think they both, I believe, sort of think that emotions might be a little bit more hardwired, or maybe particular emotions are a little bit more hardwired. And Lisa Feldman-Barrett is maybe more side on they're basically all culturally learned. There is no universality in emotion. There is no universality in facial expressions is kind of one of those points that she makes, that, you know, we think different facial expressions have a universal feeling to it and they can be interpreted the same way in different cultures. How do you think about the relative hardwiredness of these different things and how we develop emotions?
Yeah, I think this is another case where the jury's still out, and I think those are two kind of alternative hypotheses. And so when I think about, I like to say as a scientist, I just work here. My job is to describe what is, right? I of course, you know, it's like, that makes more sense to me, makes less sense to me, but ultimately that's how I think about it. So when I think about answering this question, I think about, okay, well, we need to figure out how to measure emotions in the brain, because that's the only way we're going to settle that debate. It's been, you know, Darwin started thinking about these things back, you know, a very long time ago, and we haven't been able to settle it based on behavior alone and facial expressions. We're going to settle this when we are able to look into the brain and figure out, you know, are emotions kind of hardwired across different people and in different across different species, or is there some more flexibility there? So that's how we're going to settle it. And so, but yeah, we have to figure out how to measure emotions.
Yeah. How do you think about psychedelics? How will psychedelics play into this picture? In my view, when I hear the brain is a dynamic, complex system, something like psychedelic assisted therapy seems a lot more appropriate to me as a treatment than here's a pill. And that's just kind of maybe my bias as well, and not definitely my bias, but I'm sort of quite hopeful about that future, because I think it's giving depression the respect it deserves as a complex state.
You know, it's a really important question. I want to say I really like how you posed it, how you asked it. So thank you for that. I am also very optimistic, but I want to put a big but behind that, because I think it's also a very dangerous space for people to be messing around. So in elusive cures, I focus on the most profound insight I had when writing the book. It harkens back to something we talked about earlier, is that shifting the brain from a unhealthy to healthy state is really a control problem. And there are complex dynamic systems like the weather that we cannot control. And we understand why we cannot control them. Small perturbations have big effects. So for me as a brain researcher, that remaps this problem of how are we going to figure out how to benevolently control the brain when that needs to happen. And it depends a little bit on exactly what type of disorder you're dealing with. In the case of depression, it's pretty clear to me that what needs to happen is something like a benevolent reprogramming of millions of different, the strengths between millions of different brain cells connected together. And there's no way we're going to go in with some sort of holographic kind of optogenetic therapy that's going to do exactly what needs to be done. what the brain needs to do is it is probably stuck in this maladaptive state and it needs to relearn its way to health. So how do we trigger that plasticity? And that's where the psychedelics come. So all of the evidence suggests that that's what psychedelics are doing. They're kind of opening a type of plasticity that's in some cases you only see in childhood, you no longer see in adulthood. And that's fantastic. But it's only fantastic if what's paired with that experience is a way to relearn in a positive way. And so some of this, so the pairing of psychedelic therapy plus a behavioral talk therapy, right? That it's that pairing together that's important. So the idea here is that behavioral talk therapy alone doesn't work for everyone. It's very effective. It should be tried as a first line treatment, but it doesn't work for everyone. And maybe it's because that plasticity needs to be triggered in tandem. However, doing something like reloading a traumatic experience that caused PTSD, that has just as much of a chance to put somebody in a more depressed, more traumatic state, right, when you trigger plasticity, as it does to alleviate them for one. And we simply do not know enough right now as a field to really effectively know how to fine-tune that type of therapy. And so that's where research comes in. So, I'm so optimistic about this as the next type of step. I do believe what you're talking about is the way we're going to control the brain ultimately, but just messing around with it and trying to figure it out, there's so many really scary stories of this going badly that we need all hands on deck research trying to figure out how to make this work effectively for everyone, not just effectively kind of anecdotally. And so that's where the clinical trials, I think, are so yeah, but I'm optimistic that, yeah, that will be reopening the plastic period. It's going to be a great avenue of psychedelic therapy for all sorts of things.
Are there still big roadblocks to studying psychedelics? Would it be easy to get a license to study LSD in the brain as an experienced researcher? If you wanted to, say after your book, if you wanted to go into studying psychedelics with all of your work and experience, would it have been relatively simple or would you have gotten a lot of roadblocks?
I mean, so research itself is very heavily regulated, and importantly, for good reason. So any work you do with humans is going to be highly regulated. And the more invasive the type of work you're doing is, the more of the chance there is for you to cause damage to the individuals that you're working with, the more regulated and the more roadblocks there are. But that's an important thing. You really should demonstrate you will benefit individuals and not harm them. And in the case of psychedelics, yeah, the bar should be held very high because you don't want to you don't want to be messing around with people's brains and minds, right? And just to see if something works, right? That's just not, but they should be hard, right? I don't think it's that it necessarily will stay. But yeah, then there are other, of course, there are always cultural blocks to things in terms of, well, if two drugs both have equal harm, but one has this cultural baggage to it, should it be held to a higher standard? I'm not saying that doesn't happen the same state. But yeah, I think it could be misinterpreted in ways.
So do you think it's at the right place in terms of how difficult it is to get into that research? Are there still, because I think for a number of decades, right, I think it's probably quite inarguable that it was harder than necessary to get that research done. A lot of my professors, I remember my neurochemistry lecturer wanted to study these things properly, wasn't able to. Do you think it's at the right place now? Are we studying psychedelics at the right figure that we should, based on the early therapeutic potential? Or is there still kind of a cultural stigma? There's still kind of difficulty there that maybe isn't appropriate?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this field, so I should say I've never tried to do this research myself, and I really don't understand the nuances behind it. So I think I probably shouldn't comment too much. What I can say is just observing, it's a field in which things are absolutely exploding, right? And at all levels, right? And so politicians are also getting involved in terms of making sure the research goes forward. So it's exciting for me to see research in space. So that's great. As long as it makes sense.
For sure. I'm enormously excited about what comes out in the future and how different substances are created, how they're tested at different doses over longer time scales. There's just so much. Let's pivot a little bit to AI because I'm really curious about your perspectives on how neuroscience and AI are going to blossom, hopefully blossom, in the next couple of decades. It seems to me that AI might be the first technology that we have that is able to somewhat encapsulate the dynamic complexity of the brain. That it's able to have billions of parameters and billions of weights that are way more than anything else we've ever had before, able to, again, really model these things in an accurate way. Would you agree with that? Do you think that that is the role that AI could have here?
Yeah, I think AI is going to have multiple roles in neuroscience going forward, and one of them is, as you said, we can, for the first time in history, we can train models to perform things that are, and that goes a long way towards us understanding what sorts of structures, right, are capable of these type of very sophisticated ways that we basically call thinking and reasoning and imagining. And so that is one very exciting goal for happening, happening in the field for about a decade and going forward. I think it's definitely help us. Just even in terms of wrapping our heads around like how does thinking work, right? So we just in terms of the ideas, the conceptual space, not to mention the actual, the mathematical models that we can compare with brains and try to figure out which ones are better versus worse. For sure.
Need to create mathematical models of like if a mathematical model of happiness on my computer. What does that actually mean?
So I'll give you an example of a recent paper that we've just put on the archives of preprint. So one way to fluctuate happiness is to this again and again, and every few trials will ask, how happy are you right now on a scale from 1 to 20? So your happiness will fluctuate up and down, will fit a model, and those models will actually be really good predictors of how your happiness will fluctuate. And then we can ask, well, what does mood depend on exactly? What does this happiness depend on? And it turns out that what you're doing loosely is you are integrating your wins and losses over the last 7 trials or so. You're taking kind of this average where what happened to you most recently matters more. Your happiness is influenced by what happened about 7 trials. So that is an example of a mathematical model that says your happiness depends on, in this very minimal worlds, right? Where not a whole lot is happening, but we still at least can come up with predictions. And then we can look for the neural correlates of those things in the brain to understand how the brain is taking that experience of wins and losses and integrating it to create this kind of sustained happiness. So that would be one example of a behavioral model. And then we could go into the brain and we could ask, well, so what your brain is doing is kind of this running average. So how is that running average actually computed by your brain? What parts of the brain are doing it? What parts, right? Just insula, right? But that's not a very interesting answer. It's like, but no, how are the neurons actually taking those experiences and computing this running average and then producing this experience that you call happiness? They can answer which how they're doing. So that would be another type of mathematical model that would be about what the neurons are doing in order to create this behavior.
Have we found it's a really simple example to understand? Do those models say on a simple gambling task? Have we found that that generalizes well to predict or make any claims about your happiness in a different situation in a less simple game? Like you put someone on a date with a girl, are you able to use your gambling model to basically, if you could plug it into the brain on the date, you're scanning them, kind of a weird date if you're sitting there with 150 EEG electrodes, but
to the brain, right? And try to figure out what parts of the brain are actually correlated with your experience of happiness and doing all the experiments. But that's exactly the line of research you would want to do, right? So there are lots of different ways to change happiness. One, wins and losses in a gambling task. Another, a social experience. Another, emotional videos. Another, music, right? And so the question is, when all of these things converge in our experience in our minds at some point to create this kind of universal picture of happiness, but at what point is information coming through our eyes, information coming through our ears, information coming through our reward system, financial rewards, social rewards, at what point are all of those systems converging in order to create happiness? Did each one of them have its own little happiness module? Or is there like one happiness that gets in all of these experiences? And we don't know the answer to that. That's exactly what I want to figure out. Yeah.
that's so cool. I love it. I love it. I love it. There's nothing makes me happier when I have a guest who can't even stay in their chair. They're so excited about the science. I love it. I love it so much. And interesting questions. You mentioned that. I think that'll be so interesting. Like, does non-social happiness differ distinct things? Because is our social brain wired in a different way?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and when we talk about things like the integration, right, especially. So when we think about, insofar as happiness is integrating over multiple experiences, you can imagine that each one of these systems has its own integration.
Dr. Chris Summerfield, who was sort of around at DeepMind in the early days and then is a cognitive scientist at Oxford and in that neuro AI space. I kind of asked him, it's like, why have we seen this explosion in AI where it's just kind of taken over everything? It's exponentially increased in power and sophistication. But we haven't seen a big juicy brain in such. There hasn't been really any huge headline where he solves why brain problem. Like just insert any problem. Oh, did I miss? Did I miss?
You missed the memo, yeah. Yes. So let me tell you about that. So I used to study vision. I used to study seeing. So how is it that you can look at this and say that's a glass of water? Look at this and say, oh, that's your cell phone. And that turns out to be a hard problem because these objects can exist in our eyes in so many different ways, right? They could be on the right side of our gaze, the left side of our gaze, if they're close to us. So our brain, it seems like it should be a really easy thing because we do it so effortlessly. That's a huge, very difficult computational problem. How do you take pictures that then land on your retina as kind of like 2D patterns, almost like pixels, and then transform them into the content objects out there in the world? So we're trying to study that for decades, and they got nice models of what happens in the eye and what happens in the first few stages of the brain. But then when it gets to the part of the brain that actually seems to solve the object recognition problem, that seems to have this representation that you get the same pattern of brain activity for the most part every time you see a cup or a glass of water. We couldn't figure out how that came to be. We had some ideas about how it might work, but we didn't actually have models. And then in 2012, something wonderful happened, and it came from computer vision, AI. And so there, researchers were trying to build up models that would solve the same problem for computer vision purposes, like Google. You want to Google, cat with a hat and get a picture of a cat with a hat. So they were trying to solve it for that purpose, nothing having to do with brain research. And they had a breakthrough in 2012 of how purposes. It turned out that when brain that bears a striking resemblance to how the brain does it as well, how our brains do it. And this then became our source of how the brain solved the problem of object recognition. There's lots of sort of models today. Well, that's an example, and it's but also other brain functions as well. So we've now created these models for hearing and memory and other types of things. It's what's called the task optimized framework. So the idea is you take an AI and you train it up to solve some problem that brain solves, and then you give it solutions to the brain. Some cases, if the problem is objects and pictures, you can actually get something brain-like, and from those you can ask questions like exactly what do you have to train it up and exactly what do you have to start with, but you can create models of the brain in ways we've never had before, which is really, so it has happened.
A really cool example. I'm not giving enough credit maybe to the people doing amazing neuro AI work. I also spoke to Dr. Ed Federico, who studies language. Amazing. An absolute delight to speak to. But she said something similar where she had all of these kind of, and I hope I don't misrepresent this or misremember it, but there was multiple different language architectures, and they were all set out on this task optimization framework. And what she discovered was that even if their starting places were quite different, they seemed to all be converging on some universal optimum. Like they got closer together as they progressed in the task, and it was all optimizing on the same sort of language architecture that works in the brain. So you start with something that's quite different, you give it a task, and just through optimizing, multiple different things are converging on what seems like some sort of universal optimal solution. I thought that was so interesting. I was like, surely there's lots of ways to do language. Like surely it wouldn't, I wouldn't have guessed at all that they would converge because of how complicated language is and how multifaceted it's. Like, why would they necessarily converge on this optimal solution? And evolution also converges on.
Yeah, and then, to be fair, they do start with something that's kind of brain-like, right? So these things have little model neurons in them, right? And so you might be correct that you can build something that's totally not brain-like at all. And if you start with that, maybe it comes out a completely different solution. But if you start in the ballpark of something brainy, maybe that's what they actually do.
I can't remember how differing the starting state was. I'll have to ask her. Yeah. Is there a particular area that you think neuro AI could have a huge impact? Like when you think about AI technology, that solution, does it fit neatly into any problem? Maybe not neatly, but does it fit map roughly onto any problem that we have in neuroscience?
Yeah, I mean, certain, higher order intelligence, complexity, thinking, logic. I think there's still a big open question, right? We haven't solved the AGI problem yet, right? But we are solutions to the AGI problem. So unquestionably, I think understanding how brains work can give motivation to understand how we could build things that are intelligent like ourselves, for sure. The question is, will that be the route to AGI or not? And that's what I don't know, if it actually will ultimately draw inspiration from how our brains work, or they'll just find their way to a solution independent of understanding how it happens in the brain. So what direction that will go. But I like to think about these two, AI and brain and mind research, right? These are reciprocally inspiring one another. And so, right, so brain and mind researchers are drawing inspiration from AI researchers and vice versa. And so I think it will ultimately be thinking about, it's going to be one way or not a good way to capture how the fields progress.
Yeah, for sure. The back and forth. Dr. Summerfield brought up a really cool example, which again, I just wouldn't have intuitively assumed would work at all, where one of his colleagues is attempting to build effectively a psychology foundation model. So you get really long rows of X and Y's, inputs and outputs.
Everything looked great on the surface, but something felt off. Something didn't feel right. And they don't even know that they're dealing with a psychopath. I know every tactic in the book, every single mind control, hypnosis trick, and that's one of the big red flags that I've seen in like 99% of cases. So anytime we're with any narcissist, you need to understand.
So Chase, as the #1 human behavior expert, you actually teach women how to spot a narcissist and screen for psychopaths on the first date. So what are the sneaky signs that we just keep missing?
The ones I think that people miss the most is the stuff that's most obvious, because I think the psychopath, what they do is they pull you in by becoming what you need. So the moment that they transform into what you need to see or what you need to hear, you develop a cognitive blind spot for all those warnings. That's the biggest thing that happens, that I'm talking to this person where it feels like we're having this great connection. My brain says, I like this person, then it leads to I trust this person. So our brain, if we're not careful, start to ignore some of those things. So one of the most powerful questions that anybody, especially women, could ever ask is, what is the biggest thing you learned about yourself during that time? So working at a stressful job, a past relationship, going through anything stressful, some kind of conflict in somebody's life. You ask that one question, like, what's the biggest lesson that you learned about yourself during that? And when you have narcissists, and all psychopaths are narcissists, but not all narcissists are psychopaths, but you'll get a response from that person where it's typically blaming. Nothing was wrong with them. They didn't really need to learn anything about themselves. They didn't need to develop anything. They didn't need to grow. So you'll hear a lot of answers like that. So you're going to hear on the red flag side, you're going to hear, I learned not to trust people so quickly. I learned not to get involved with this type of person. I learned that people can't be trusted. I learned that you get hurt no matter what. And on the other side, you'll hear people, like on the healthier side, you'll hear people say, well, I've definitely learned that I need to be more open. I kind of concealed everything, and I was too controlling. And you'll hear admissions that are honest and genuine and forthcoming. So that
And they can't take personal ownership.
That's a beautiful follow-up question. So when you have somebody that has like a lot of self-consciousness and insecurities and things like that, they're going to start to answer that question in a way that looks reserved. You're going to see body language movements that are like incomplete, like they'll reach for a drink and it'll have little tiny pauses in it. So this is called like an unfinished movements. Like you'll see a lot of that. You'll see hesitation and reservation in their behavior. So they'll stop a little too long to think, or they'll worry about how they're being perceived with the answer. So the person who's a little bit insecure about what they're saying, you'll see their head go down, shoulders come up a little bit. We call this turtling in body language. So anytime somebody's experiencing fear, the #1 thing that your body does is protect arteries. So like you'll see this bone right here, the humerus, will come closer in to protect this brachial artery. The shoulders will go up a little bit more. The hands will kind of come around this stomach that doesn't have any bones in front of it. I think if you just watch the person, you don't have to study body language at all. Does their body start to become more closed as you ask that question? And that's the way that you would spot somebody with some insecurities.
Amazing. Thank you. That's so specific. Okay. So sorry to interrupt you. The second part?
So the second thing to look out for is, and this is especially true with narcissists, they will very rarely have local friends. Their friends are out of town, they're in another state, they're in another city, they live in another country, and all of their friends are weirdly out of town or they live somewhere else. That's one of the big red flags that I've seen in like 99% of cases. And I've interviewed a lot of people about this stuff.
And is that just because they can't maintain close friendships? Is that the indicator?
They have a great ability to maintain occasional friendships, but they don't have the ability to spend lots and lots of time with a person for an extended period without something happening, like the relationship starting to crumble, or like we had a falling out, or that guy's a dick, or they're going to say something like that for any reason they don't have any local friends. But if they're faking it, they're going to run out of steam. They're going to run out of gas at the 2-3 hour mark, and you're going to start seeing little cracks in that facade that person's trying to present.
So what do the cracks look like?
The cracks look like I'm seeing a steady behavior. I'm seeing good posture. I'm seeing good eye contact. Their movements are fluid. And then all of a sudden, I'm starting to see a lack of facial expressions. I'm seeing them, instead of breathing into their stomach, they're breathing into their chest. I'm seeing stress increase because their actions are not demonstrative, they are performative. And that's the biggest thing that I think people should learn to spot the difference between, am I seeing a performance versus a demonstration of this person's natural thoughts and their feelings and what they're thinking. And I'll say, maybe this is a random number 3. If I have a conversation with somebody, we're at a restaurant, we're at a bar, and I've met someone new, and I just feel fantastic. Like I'm almost like I'm meeting me. I'm meeting the exact thing I'm looking for. And after the conversation, you don't feel good anymore. That's the biggest sign, is how you feel inside after the conversation stops. And if I have a genuine conversation with a genuine person who's not manipulating me, I'm going to keep feeling good after that conversation, because that's rooted in serotonin and oxytocin, all these connection chemicals. If I instantly feel this crash after a conversation, that conversation was rooted in dopamine. So that person was able to find all of these little triggers. And it's not, there's no textbook out there that says psychopathy 101, here's how to manipulate people. They grew up doing this. So once we get to the point where we're understanding that, people say, like, this is how to permanently disarm a narcissist. You're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. These are lifelong patterns of behavior that take a lot to overcome.
You're so freaking good at identifying the small little things that people don't even realize they're giving off. And there's a video where you on a Zoom call with a friend watching
You do that.
after like 4 seconds.
My God, you can't stop in the middle of the road.
So if you're looking for deception,
Let
you need
everybody
to
out.
focus
Don't worry.
more on open
Accident happened, right?
Because you're not going to get a lot of body language out of somebody going, nope. That's tough. So what I told them to ask for was, tell me about last night. So that, and again, that's not even a question. And it makes it less of an interrogation, because you're like, oh, tell me about last night. What all happened?
Versus, what did you do last night?
Right. And that's like an interrogation type of question. Tell me where you were last night. What did you do? Who did you hang out with? So I'm kind of just making a statement instead of a question. So the brain doesn't react like it's trying to defend itself. So the moment that happened, we're starting to see nonverbal responses. And so I was just kind of like off camera looking at his phone. And I knew her baseline because I've spoken to her maybe for 2 minutes before in the past. So number one, the first thing is, we tend to look a certain direction to access information, but everyone's different. And anybody listening right now, you could test this on all of your friends, and I'll test it on you right now so we can see it on the podcast. What is the 7th word of your favorite song? All right, so down left is called internal dialogue, and that's 99% of people. So if I'm running through words in my own head, I'm going down and left. So now we kind of have a baseline of a person. So the number one thing is, can I detect a change? It doesn't matter if a person, it says, oh, you see all these books, like somebody doesn't look you in the eye, they're scratching their face, they cross their arms. If they do that all day long, those behaviors are meaningless, because that's their baseline. That's their normal behavior. So what we're looking for is a change. So the first change was this eye movement deviation. So she looked down left for a prolonged period, which is like, let me think about what to say. Right when she started talking about everything, her blink rate, which is how often we blink, shot through the roof. So let's break this down really quick. When we talk about blink rate, this is how often a person is blinking. We typically say blinks per minute. And the more often we're blinking, the more stressed out a person is. The less often we're blinking, the more focused a person is. So if I'm sitting here and I'm about to give you horrible information, like you're sitting there and your doctor comes in the room and is like, all right, I want you to have a seat. You're gonna almost stop blinking. So that's focus. So during high focus, it's like 3 or 4 blinks a minute during extreme focus. And during stress, like when I'm taking like the math portion of my SATs, my blink rate is like 75. And the cool thing about blink rate is I can instantly see it in someone because we look into each other's eyes all the time when we talk to other people. And it's an unconscious behavior. So one thing that we saw right away in the video is blink rate. Her blink rate was about a 15 or 20, which is the average in conversation. And it shot up to about an 80 when she was explaining what she did last night. And that's a solid indicator of stress, not deception. There is no behavior of deception. It doesn't exist. So we're looking for changes to normal behavior. And then am I seeing a cluster, not just one thing. So if people say, oh, he did this one thing, he's lying, you need to look for multiple things. Like he lost fluency. He hesitated more than often. His eyes went in a different direction. His blink rate went up. He reached across and covered his abdomen. His turtles went up, or his shoulders went up. It was just like turtling behavior. And we're looking, that's a cluster, right? So when I see a cluster of behavior, I know that I'm not saying that someone's lying. I'm saying the likelihood is drastically increasing because I'm seeing this cluster. So the cool thing is, like, if you're studying blink rate, you don't need to sit there and count per minute blinks of a person. You never want the time that you use a technique to be at the moment when it's most needed. So practice it at Starbucks. Practice it at the grocery store. Practice it in your Zoom meetings. So what you do is you start a conversation. Does the blink rate look pretty average, fast, or pretty slow? That's it. So what is the baseline here? And your goal is to look for change. So am I seeing blink rate slow down, stay the same, or speed up? So it's such a great indicator because it's built into our mammalian part of our brain and our brainstem. We're not aware of it, and we're looking at people's eyes already. So it's such a beautiful indicator of stress and focus. Here's where it gets into narcissism. And let me know if I'm droning
No,
on too much.
I'm loving this.
Okay.
I don't know my eyes haven't blinked.
I think your blink rate is an 8.
Oh, really?
Before I said that, yeah.
All right, guys, we'll be right back with Chase Hughes, but just for one moment, I want to ask you if this episode or any other Women of Impact episode has ever been value to you, please smash the subscribe button down there because you have no idea how much that means to women out there that you can come to a place, build your
Start talking about some of your vulnerabilities, your blink rate drops to 0. So like the moment, let's say you and I, we don't know each other, we're both single, we're on a date somewhere, and you start talking about how you're really insecure or paranoid about this thing, you start exposing this little flaw in yourself. And normal people will go, oh yeah, I do that too sometimes. But the moment you see someone just laser focus on you, the moment you get into those vulnerabilities, that's a big.
Why wouldn't that mean that you're so focused because you're so into it?
You can be. So I might be really focused and into it, and then kind of show empathy on my face. You'll see this little muscle right here. That's called the grief muscle. So it makes this little horseshoe shape, and it's almost impossible to fake. So when you're talking about something that's vulnerable or sad or maybe some of your insecurities or something like that, you're going to see like some social mirroring on that. You'll see someone's forehead go up, and they'll kind of mirror that with you. That they don't have to verbally directly say anything. But if I'm talking about insecurities, I see a drop in blink rate and I don't see any facial resonance. Or if I'm talking about something really exciting, you see my eyebrows go up, yours went up instantly because you have empathy. And an interesting thing is that about 85% of people, even if they're total strangers and you do this, you say good morning, oh, hey, good morning, they mirror it without even knowing that their forehead did that because they have true empathy. So this is so difficult to fake. And then you're seeing a lack of that when you're talking about something that's vulnerable or sad or anything like that. And you're not seeing that kind of like that empathetic look on somebody's face, like, God, I'm so sorry that you're going through that. Those are very big indicators. And they're like, I would say close to 100% of the time, you're going to see a lack of affect. So that person is not empathetically affected by you saying something revealing or vulnerable about yourself or like getting more open. And the other piece would be they become more focused. Like Lisa starts talking about her insecurities, vulnerabilities. That's my opportunity to learn how to control you. So that's very valuable information to me. So you're going to see blinks start to decrease. You're going to see a lack of recognition on the face. So I taught this group of women how to, these like 10 things on how to spot narcissists on the first date. And one of the biggest ones, and we covered the top 5. And one of the top 5 was, if this person is talking about something vulnerable about themselves, psychopaths do not enjoy doing this. And they feel like it makes them feel or look weak or inept or vulnerable in some way. You're going to see their body start closing up while they're talking about being open. They're pretending to be open verbally. They're physically closing off. You'll see their hands pull in, you'll see their arms go back over their body a little bit. You'll see them lean back a little bit, cover the abdomen. And mostly in men, you'll see this genital protection. So you'll see hand going from here, because you'll see in all these YouTube videos and all these body language articles, they show you these still images of someone crossing their arms. Every single time that I would say for everyone watching this, every time you see a still image, don't ever let that sit in your head. Make it a movie, make it a little GIF, an animated thing, because you want to watch for change, right? So let's say the moment you asked me what I learned about myself in a stressful situation, and I'm like, yeah, I actually learned a whole lot about myself. So like my arms are coming in to protect, and I'm going into this like genital protective behavior. And verbally, I'm becoming very open. I might even have some forehead display and all that, but everything else is kind of closing off. So it's also what we're seeing in this like a manipulative style of behavior. You're seeing a fake openness and you're seeing a closed body or closing verb bodies, the movement of becoming more closed.
And it's the contradiction of the two. It's the combination of things together that make up an identification versus one thing in and of itself.
Yes. So you want to look for those clusters as much as you can.
Oh, got it. Okay. In talking about that woman that you were witnessing, that after like 4 or 5 seconds, you're like, yeah, she's lying. There were other things that you said that you had identified that were also signals that were verbal. So I believe it was something like she dropped the pronouns.
Yeah. So when a person is being deceptive, they'll typically use less pronouns. So if I said, Lisa, what did you do last night? You'd probably want to say, well, I had dinner, I watched a movie, I checked some emails, washed my face, I got into bed, and I set my alarm clock, and I would just like, if I ask somebody who's being deceptive, like, let's say, I asked some guy in an interview room, what did you do Wednesday night? And he says, well, left the office, checked some emails, left the office around 5, went to the liquor store, went home, played video games, went to bed. No pronouns. There's no I, there's no me, none of that. Dr. Pennebaker wrote a book called The Secret Life of Pronouns and how they become absent when somebody's being more deceptive. The CIA has been teaching this for a while. So, and that whole conversation, she was fluent, exactly like both of us are speaking right now, that she wasn't struggling for words. Everything just kind of came out naturally. And then he said, tell me about last night. What all happened last night? And she was like, well, then the pronouns went away. And she had what's called a hesitancy and a loss of verbal fluency. Struggle for words, and you don't really typically have to do that when it's truthful. Then we have chronology. So when you say like, "Oh, what happened last night?" If the biggest thing that we did was we went to a giant rave, and it was like the hugest thing that we did last night. And somebody says, "Oh, what happened last night?" You're going to say, "We went to this rave." And I can say, "Well, I started getting ready at 5:15. Then I did this. Then I did this. Then we drove to this rave. But before we did the rave, I got some gum." You're not going to go into chronology. You're going to go into the biggest thing that happened, right? And I'll throw a caveat here. If you say, "Tell me what happened last night from beginning to end," then you can't knock them for that. So, but if you say like, "What happened last night?" and someone just goes into this like chronological recollection, it very, very likely, especially if you're hearing it with those other indicators, is very likely to be deceptive. So just as an example, you have said the alphabet 50,000 times, maybe 100,000 times in your life. We struggle to tell it backwards because we rehearsed it forwards. So if you hear one of these chronological stories going forward like that, and they're not mentioning the big event first, like if you got in a car accident, God forbid, like yesterday, and I was like, "Lisa, what's going on? What happened yesterday?" You're like, "Oh, I got in a car accident." You're not going to say, "I woke up at 6:30, brushed my teeth," and then kind of lead up into it. So if I hear a chronology, I might say something like, "So you kind of drove home, take me from there and walk me backwards. What happened before that?" So no matter how many times you rehearse a story in the correct order, when someone asks you to kind of walk backwards, you really, really struggle. But if I asked you from right now when we sat down on these couches, what happened, and walking backwards to this morning when you woke up, you can do that.
Because it actually happened.
Because it's real. But if we have this chronological thing that's a rehearsed story that's not true, we really struggle to go backwards.
That's so good. The way you explained about the ABC as well, I totally get it. Yeah. So you're recalling on your memory, and that's why you can actually say memory versus a memorization.
Yes. Very good. I'm going to actually steal that. Let's go on post. Great.
Fascinating. Okay.
There's so many women out there that get involved with manipulative psychopaths in the first place, or in their dating life, and they don't even know.
I wanted to directly to the baddest content creators watching right now. All right, now back to the episode. I would be remiss not to ask. My audience will kill me if I don't. So you said you used to teach women narcissism, so you should go over the first part. What part the first part?
I think what's number 4
Okay.
so far. The final one is a bait question. So this is taken from interrogation. And I'll give you the interrogation stuff first, so it'll be more fun. So in the interrogation, we use this thing called the punishment question. And the punishment question is, what do you think should happen to the person who did this? And the best example is when I did this with my children. I was on active duty in the military, and I come home from work one day. I'm in my like camouflage outfit, And I walk in, our living room carpet is like as white as the carpet in here. And there's a little carton of chocolate milk just sitting on its side in this big pool of chocolate milk on the carpet. And I said, guys, who knocked this milk over right here? And I looked at my son. I was like, William? Nope. Charlotte? Nope. Like, all right, William, kitchen, Charlotte, dining room.
It's so good.
Yeah. So I said, Charlotte, did you spill that milk in the living room? No. What should happen to the person who spilled that milk? She goes, spankings, grounded, no Xbox, can't go outside, no more electronics, can't play anymore. Just kind of goes on this huge list.
Oh, she knows it's her brother. Just by that, right?
Yeah. But I mean, even if these people don't know each other,
Right.
they'll have a severe reaction in the sophomore. So I went up to my son. I said, William, did you spill the milk again? No. What should happen? What do you think I should do to the person who spilled that milk in the living room? He says, no more chocolate milk in the living room? With a question mark. So it's just such, and it's so powerful. And I'll give you one more interrogation technique that can apply in a lot of these dating scenarios too. When the scenario that I gave to this women's group was to automatically bring up the 800-pound gorilla, to bring it up and say, you know what, there's so many women out there that can get involved with manipulative psychopaths on the first date or in their dating life, and they don't even know that they're dealing with a psychopath. You bring it up directly, and you watch exactly how that person starts to respond. Do they start breathing into their chest more? Does their blink rate start going up? And then the second part of this question that we talked about. So in your opinion, I know there's these guys are out there. What do you think should happen to these people that are these manipulative guys that go on dates with these girls? That's where the question comes in. And you're going to reveal so much so fast just by asking the question like that. So in the interrogation room, that's what should happen to the person that did this. If they are that person, you're pulling all of that power out. You're letting them know that you may not be the right target or the right marker. But you're also watching, do they get nervous? Do they sit back? Do they get more defensive? Do they start blinking more? Am I seeing all this stress come up in their body the moment that I put that elephant right out there on the table?
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. It's these little things that I wouldn't even think about that end up, they do reveal who they are. And that's why, like, thank you for sharing a lot of this. I think these are moments where if we can really take these tools and implement them, it could potentially save people's lives or just halfway. I mean, it can save so many moments. So thank you.
And to throw one more thing under that is, I want you to take one of your friends who is involved in narcissism and start talking about how he manipulated her right in front of this person. And watch how they react. Watch his behavior. And most real people are like, that's disgusting. That's horrifying. And then some people be like real quiet about it. You see their lips tighten up. And if you see lips squeezed together, every time it's with them. Every time. Think if you like ask me like, oh, Chase, how do you like your new job? And I'm like, oh, it's great. There's opinions being withheld, right? So be on the lookout for that, especially when you bring up those elephants in the room. And I would say when the interaction is beginning, be okay with openly talking about narcissism. Your friend got involved in it. It's not you. Don't talk about yourself. Your friend got involved with it. It was so horrible. It's so hard to detect these people. And if they go, yeah, it's disgusting. I hate that behavior. A narcissist can do. Then you go, what do you think should happen to that kind of person? Leads into that question. So the more sensitive information you need, the less questions you need to be asking. So the first type of elicitation is a provocative statement. This is any statement that elicits a response. So when we use statements, the brain feels like it's voluntarily giving the information, not in response to a question. So that the information is something that naturally comes up and it doesn't feel like they're engaged in anything where something is being revealed. That's taboo, right? this is used to get secrets from other country intelligence officers and stuff like that. It's very effective. And this will typically start with the word so or I bet. So somebody says they are an accountant, and you say, I bet that has got to be stressful. I didn't ask the question. He's going to talk about the stress, the stuff they deal with, done, like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end of that, I'll say, wow, that is remarkable. How you just put up with that day in and day out. There's got to be something. I didn't ask a question. So now they're going to double down on the negativity. Their boss is an asshole. They're going to keep going into that. And then let's say we're continuing to use elicitation. Now I want more data that can just keep flowing out. Now I'll switch over to disbelief. I say it's this bad, my manager's a dickhead, I gotta do all this stuff. And I'm like, there's no possible way that your job is that bad. It's gotta be like, because I've talked to people who worked for the same company before. They seem like they really know what they do. That's it, that's all I have to say. And that's disbelief. It's not like calling somebody a liar. You know what I'm saying? It's that stressful. I've talked to some people that work that company. Like, oh my God, you have to need more information to know. And so in a persuasion scenario, I'm using this technique to make your brain think that you're talking to a friend. Because if I get them complaining or I get them to start giving up information, your brain now says, oh, he is a friend, like he is connected to me. So it's not from a provocative statement to a little disbelief. And then we have something called triggering the need to correct. This is a technique that was initially invented, I think, in the 80s by a guy named John Noble. So, like, if you and I were standing at Erewhon, which is like Whole Foods for anybody watching that's not California. Tough because money is a sensitive topic, right? You can't say, hey, how much you make. But if you went up to that person who's stocking these baby carrots and you asked for help, and on the way, I can't remember where I was. I saw this article that said everybody who works at Erewhon just got bumped up to $28 an hour. That is fantastic. I'm really glad you guys are doing it. And they look at me like, what? Everybody here makes 19 unless you're a manager, unless you're whatever. You've got the information. So that's called triggering a need to correct. And there's many other techniques you can apply. Some of those, you can get people to start revealing their true self. You can get sensitive information. So the rule of thumb is the more sensitive the information that you need, the less questions you need to be asking. It needs to be statement driven.
That's amazing. And so I always think about these things as being able to work both ways. So if you want to get the truth out of somebody, but also again going back to if you're worried about being manipulated without knowledge, these are things that people start to be aware of. So you talk about something called thought and cover. I don't know how to pronounce it.
However you like.
Okay, cover. There you go. Talk to me about those strategies as a female worried about being around.
Some kind of acceptance or something like that. I need to be accepted. Validation. I need to see how smart I am, how tough I am, how cool I am, how strong I am, how powerful I am, whatever. For attention. So anytime we're with any narcissist, we need to understand those internal operating systems of that actor. What am I seeing this person? I can tell this person is not about controlling my time and all this stuff. I'm gonna make it really I'm gonna try to structure our time together. Wanting to do fun stuff. Wanting to trust that wanting to fill in the blanks. I'm just gonna structure your time, your focus, and your energy. I'm going to things different. It looks to you like we're doing things together.
I've heard it was Dr. Barlow actually said just try and change multiple processes.
Especially if it's attention that's okay. If it's validation, you're trying to get back to the second part of the thing. That's going to discipline. If it's a big this thing, I know you're into this, and this, and those things. And I think this would be the time. So you give the validation. So you're learning how to control and how to start taking psychological control over the narcissist. And the second thing is to learn what they're using is the FOG acronym. This is fear, obligation, or guilt. Those are the three things that people are going to use to either get your control or your acceptance or whatever else they're trying to get from you is through FOG. Fear, obligation, and guilt. So those are, I think, mostly easy for most people. When you start seeing it, that's one of the times that you can start calling things out, but you do it in a way that's non-confrontational. So if I have somebody here that says, if you do this again, this is going to happen. Then you start calling out and say, wait, that's what I understand. You are wanting me to do this, this, and this. And if I don't do this, you're going to do this. So you take all of their factors, pretend like maybe I don't understand. Let me break this all down. So I'm taking this little thing you sent me in this secured envelope you don't want anybody to look at. Hold on a second. Let's take this out. I'm going to lay all this shit out on the table so we can all look at it together. Let's all take a look. And that's one of the best ways to do it.
Could you ground it in an example? So let's say, for instance, out of the carver, someone's looking to control. How would they use FOG, fear, obligation, guilt, as a real example? What would that look like?
Pick one of the kava.
Okay, so control.
So somebody wants control. Okay, so I'll use your name for this. So I'll say, Lisa, the last time that you went out, some weird stuff happened. And it made me feel awful. You went out for your girls' night. I didn't hear back from you. You didn't text me for 3 hours in a row. And I don't know, maybe it was bad service or something, but I sat back here at the house, worried if you were dead. I was sitting back here just worrying about you the whole entire time because you didn't check in with me. You didn't tell me where you were going. You didn't make sure you were in an area where I could even see your GPS location. And it makes me wonder, am I in a relationship with somebody who even cares about how I'm feeling? That's exactly what that would look like.
Ooh, can I give you one more? That was so good.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do carver, let's do validation, and then let's take FOG.
Okay, and I'll use you again.
Let's do.
I hate acting.
You're so good, though. I love this. Because here's what it does. It really grounds it into what that would actually look like. So thank you for this.
Okay. So, all right. Lisa, I know that we've had this conversation several times, but you've told me that you support me. You've told me that you're here for me. You've told me that I'm the one bringing in the most money, so my career is the most important. Am I correct that you said those things?
Yes, you are.
I mean, we both agreed on this, and I'm not trying to manipulate you or anything, but I'm going to work every single day. I've done this online college throughout the nights. I've done all these things, and not once in the past 2 freaking weeks have you said anything to me that I've gone above and beyond for everybody in this household. And I don't know, maybe you're manipulating me or something, but I haven't heard anything from you, and you promised me that these are your priorities.
Mm-hmm. I see it all.
Okay, good.
That was so good. Because, and I even love that you even dropped in, like, I'm not manipulating, just saying the truth. Like that is almost a form of a manipulation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll hear that comment like, I don't think you're trying to manipulate me, but, and they'll say that to you.
Okay. So I have a quote of yours that it's very simple, but just hit me like a ton of bricks. Mind control is
It's,
talk to me about how easy mind control is and what are the steps of something
if I could sum up mind control in one phrase, one sentence, it would be the ability to weaponize cognitive dissonance. If you think about how you get involved in a narcissist in a relationship and why you stay, if I can weaponize cognitive dissonance, I can get you to do anything. So cognitive dissonance is about your identity and who you think you are as a person. And in a narcissist relationship, is I'm a good wife, I'm a good woman, I'm a good supporter, I'm a good mom, I'm gonna stay here for the kids. So it's about identity. So if the moment something comes up that might challenge that identity, like if my friend says, "Oh, Jennifer, you need to leave this relationship," I automatically delete that because it goes against what I believe first. That you're creating. So you're kind of getting someone to build an identity. And there's 6 avenues to influencing me. And these are focus. Can I get you to me? Or and can I suggest it? Then we have compliance. And compliance is the degree to which you will accept and then act on those independently. So not us together. You'll do something. Volunteering for an experiment about learning. They go into this room at Yale University. It's got this shocking machine in there. And there's another volunteer who's actually an actor. And you watch him get strapped to this machine and he's about to get shocked, and you're the person that's supposed to be shocking him. And he's right on the other side of this wall. And he answers through a push button that says like A, B, C, D. And every time he gets on the wall, you shock him and increase the voltage a little bit. Wrong, shock, increase voltage. So there's only one volunteer, which is you. The other guy's an actor. The guy in the lab is an actor who's like the scientist running the experiment. Doc at a clipboard, and at about the midway point, you can. The actor is screaming. The guy that's getting the shock. Right. You think he is? Damn sure think he is. And he's saying, "I don't want to do this anymore. I have a heart condition. Let me out of here." And then you turn around to this guy in the lab coat, you're like, what do you want me to do? And the guy in the lab coat says, the experiment requires that you continue. Please continue. So then you keep shocking, he's screaming, and around 300 volts, he stops making any sound. It's dead silent. And he's not answering the questions anymore. There's nothing. coming from the other room. You turn around to the lab coat guy again, like, what do you want me to do, bro? And he says the same thing. Any non-answer must be treated as an incorrect answer. Please keep going, keep going. Then it finally gets to severe shock, 450 volts. Shocking this person that you believe might be dead. And there's even clips of these people saying, oh, he might be dead in there. So let's think about, like, when it comes to persuasion and influence, people think it's hard to sell a car. People think it's hard to go on a date and talk someone into dating you. I would argue that it's harder to talk someone into murder. So when it comes to that 6-axis model, this is our hyper responsiveness to authority. So, like, there's brand new things happening all the time, which is generating a ton of focus. And is there a lot of connection in this experiment? There's not. Is there expectancy? There's none. They don't know what the hell's going to happen next, or that it's positive. And there's no openness. The person's not sitting there shocking them, talking about their life secrets and all these little insecurities and stuff that they have. So all we have is focus, suggestibility, and compliance. And you get someone to become a murderer in less than an hour. So when we look at that 6-axis model, we're looking at a model where if you just capture 3 of those things, you can get someone to do almost anything. If you get 6, you're unlimited. You have unlimited control over a human being. But to capture control over a human being, you need 4 other things that are even more powerful than that 6-axis, and that's the fate model. And fate is how we control an animal brain. And we have a kind of an animal brain underneath our human one. So our brain evolved, so we think, in layers. And none of our mammalian brain can speak English. It's incapable of language completely. So if you think back to the Milgram experiment where people were made to be murderers, there's no sales script. There's no hypnosis being used. So there's no language. And that's so many people focus on the language. And if you think back to, like, if you've ever watched somebody maybe got away with something that they shouldn't have gotten away with, our first question in our head is, what'd you say? What'd you say? And it's never what we say. It's what am I doing to control that mammalian brain? And if you think about just Cesar Millan, the dog whisperer guy, he uses that FATE model, F-A-T-E. That's focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. Those are the 4 ways to control an animal. If you get them all together, you have full control over the animal. You control the animal, you control the human. So focus, then we know focus is generated through novelty. So especially in hearing this in terms of manipulators, if I'm seeing a lot of this weird novelty behavior, like, that's developing a tremendous amount of focus. Because anytime something is new, our brain says, this is different. I didn't expect this. I don't have the app for this, right? So I need to pay attention. The second part is authority. So when it comes to authority, you sincerely are looking at a mixture of 5 things. And this is confidence, discipline, leadership, gratitude, and enjoyment. Those 5 factors trigger the human brain to think this person is an authority figure.
So as they're going through the study and the guys in the white lab, it seemed like in that moment the manipulation is, I'm the authority, I know what's happening, you just need to follow me.
So our brains do not have a firewall, and they're riddled with loopholes. And this is the biggest loophole in the human brain's response to authority. And this guy in the lab coat didn't need all this confidence and all this other stuff. All he needed was a little bit of composure and a lab coat, which is a loophole. And our brain says, oh, lab coat, doctor, medicine, that's an authority figure. So it's a bypass. So that's a perception of authority. If I get you to perceive authority, you'll typically do what that person says to do. And it'll be incremental. I'm not going to say go jump off the building. I'm going to say, hey, step off this carpet over here. Just take 1 step off. So these are incremental small compliances. Something you really need to watch out for. Am I getting incrementally asked to comply or do something in this relationship? That's kind of a wedge. So there's small things starting and kind of escalating over time. Then we can move into tribe. And when we get into tribe, we will do what the tribe does. This is almost 100. There's maybe 10 people in the world that have said apply to. It's a neurological condition or something like that. But any human will do what the tribe does. There's a study by this guy named Dr. Solomon Ash, and this was in the mid 70s, I think. And he has a card where there's 3 lines on it. They're all of different lengths. And there's a card over here that has 1 line that's the same length as one of these lines on this card. And the task is simple. You look at all these 3 lines. Which line over here is equal to that line? Super easy. But there were 10 people at this table. 9 of them were actors. Only one of them. People would start going along with the crowd. On a piece of paper, they chose the right one.
Yeah, I mean, look, when I think about going back to the tribe thing, they say now loneliness is worse than smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It's worse than obesity. It's worse than alcoholism. So I go, okay, if loneliness is that bad for us, think about it. For survival mechanism back in the tribe days is that, well, of course, you would not want to be ostracized from your group, because that could mean either loneliness, hence, bad for your health, or actual death, because the bear's going to eat you and you've got no one to help. So being ostracized from a biological standpoint makes complete sense. But then it goes to, why do we not speak up?
Yeah, it's the ultimate taboo, because let's go back to those tribal days. If I'm outcast from my tribe, who do I tell? So we're not allowed to talk about loneliness, and there's an epidemic of loneliness right now. And the number one thing that everybody should take from this is technology has outpaced our brain's ability to adapt. So like, if you think that, like, if you're scrolling Instagram, TikTok, or whatever during the day, anybody that believes their brain is immune to a $1 trillion computer is a moron. I don't think I'm immune, and I know every tactic in the book. Every single mind control you could ever find, I've got it. And I'm terrified of social media. I'm not immune to it. And it's an artificial placebo for tribe, but it doesn't give the brain fulfillment. It gives the brain this little weird placebo effect, top layer, without fulfilling any part of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I'm a big believer in Maslow's pyramid. So if I have this like social love, belonging, connectedness level, which is like, we have like basic survival, like food and water and sex, and then we have belonging and all that other stuff. If that's pulled out, I can never go above that. Whatever level of Maslow's pyramid you are at in your life, you're automatically programmed genetically to worry about the thing right below it. So if I'm at this confidence thing, my worry is about this social belonging and all this other stuff. That's where I'm going to fall down to if my confidence goes away. So this is like the self-actualization part of the pyramid. And if I lose this belonging and love, then I'm worried about, like, I'm at survival level, like food and water. So if I lose that sense of belonging, everything's gone. My confidence, my sense of self, my well-being, my self-actualization, everything goes away because that one piece of the pyramid was pulled out.
Speaking of that then, social connection and technology, I think of the dating apps. It's like we've got the best commercial of what we look like. So it isn't necessarily the reality, just like the highlights. How would you even tell then, if you're on a dating app and you're looking at people's profiles, what on earth would you look for to see if they're authentic or if they're trying to hide something?
When you're looking, how polished is the image? Do they need to do 10 takes before they put a photo up? Do they need, like, am I looking at a polished, presented thing here, or am I looking at a person who is comfortable with social injury? And I would say it's hard. First of all, it's very hard on a dating app. you're not always going to get accurate information because, I mean, there's so much AI now. AI could have written that description. The pictures could be AI. It may not even be a human that exists. Who knows? But I would say if I was on a dating app today, aside from all the photos, the number one thing I would look for is there a statement of even tiny hint of vulnerability inside of that? I'm healthy. I run a lot of blah, 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 but somehow I'm addicted to Cheetos or something like that. Something that's human. Am I seeing vulnerability? That's the only thing that I would be looking for. Do I see in the photos and the description real human being vulnerability?
Is there a statement or a question that you can ask that person that shows your vulnerability to then test them to see if they'll use it against you? Because again, going back to like the struggles that women really have is they put themselves out there. You go online dating, you meet this guy, and you're trying to know if they're sincere. Are they just trying to get, a one night stand? Are they just lying to, get a night with me? So I just figured, how would you even test to see if they were sincere on an app?
That's a perfect question. It's one question. Oh. Are you authentic?
Just literally asking someone if they're authentic.
Yeah, because the inauthentic people are going to be like, oh yeah, absolutely. And the people who are genuinely authentic will kind of sit back and reflect on it for a second. You're going to see them genuinely think like, well, I think so. I mean, I have this thing that I kind of hide from people. I'm worried about some aspects. I hide some parts of myself. And you'll hear the answer. You're going to hear a lot less hesitation from somebody who is inauthentic when you ask, are you an authentic person? Like, yeah, absolutely. I'm the most authentic person you're ever going to meet. But I think it's going to be wildly different responses between those two.
Which is the most inauthentic thing you can say.
Correct.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And the final E on the fate is, so like, am I getting love on? There's a ton of this dopamine right at the beginning so that I'm continually coming back to this thing. I'm getting this love bombing and I'm getting resource bombing. But the most important final element of this is, what am I being told to do quickly? Where am I being told I don't have enough time to really think about things? And if somebody says, hey, we're doing this, are you in or out? I only have one thing left. We have one seat left on the helicopter, or whatever that is. I need to know in the next 5 minutes. That should be very, very scary. We're tribally wired in our DNA to respond to scarcity. Scarcity of water, scarcity of food, scarcity of social connection, whatever it is. Where am I being told that I don't have time to think about decisions? So the best insulator, number one insulator to prevent that stuff from happening is to say, I'm going to unplug this video game for one day before I plug it back in and think about it. Then all the dopamine's gone, and all I'm doing is, which is hard to do, is all I'm going to do is pause. So I have all this stuff, I have the focus, I've got all of this authority, I've got this tribal involvement here, I've got emotional involvement with this dopamine and resource bombing, love bombing. All I'm going to do, I'm not going to say stop, because it may be something good. Maybe it's a new church, and it's like churches do all kinds of stuff now. They sing and dance and do all kinds of stuff. It might be something that's good for you. Maybe it's a new therapist or a new group that you're joining that is not a cult at all. They have all of those elements: focus, authority, tribal push. Good things have those too. But if you push pause on those good things, you'll still feel good during the pause. If you push pause on the bad things, you're going to feel like shit because your dopamine's crashing. That's the difference.
Wow, and that scarcity, I mean, everything you just broke down was amazing and fascinating. And then thinking about the scarcity part, I mean, it's the biggest sales tactic, right? Like, special offer, ends tonight at 8 p.m., get it now. And so that, oh my God, what if I miss out? What if I miss out? Then makes you make decisions without the clarity. So that's fascinating. And then you said something earlier about you being, I can't remember the word you used, but basically you're the brainwash master. And so I want to ask you, did Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy brainwash so many people for so long without being identified? If we can discover this and figure this out, I really hope there isn't another Diddy in waiting.
Okay, so this is a unique scenario where money and status was probably the most effective tool that they used. What is money? That's access to the bottom two levels of Maslow's pyramid. That's resources. I can get you food, I can get you a house. So I get you survival and resources, right? So that's money. And what's status? If I'm connected to somebody who's really high status, that's automatically, boom, love, belonging, and connection. This makes sense? Now we're looking at Maslow's pyramid again. So then they become persuasion experts because they fulfill Maslow's pyramid or Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And there's a part two. So let's say I've got you into my little cult here. My next step is, all right, I've got to get Lisa to agree to participate in all this crazy shit that's going on here. So I have to make sure that it's okay with you. So this is where they would follow, and I'm hypothesizing here, but this is where they would follow what I would call an interrogation formula. And to get you to confess, there's like 4 things I need to do. I need to socialize, minimize, rationalize, and project. So if it's let's say you stole $10,000. Let's say, Lisa,
can we do something like have an affair?
Yeah.
Because that's something that I think a lot of my audience struggle with. Like, I'm not sure if my guy's cheating on me.
Oh yeah. So let's go through socialize, minimize, rationalize, and project again. So this, I think a lot of people would understand, and this would anybody looking from the outside, this would make perfect sense. And it does make perfect sense because we haven't been intimate in a very long time, and you're a man, you need intimacy. So that's socialize, rationalize, then we minimize. And in all reality, it was just a night with some girl. It wasn't a big deal. This is not a big deal. People go through really big problems in relationships. This is not a huge thing. Now project. Now it's not, project is when it's, at the end of the day, this makes sense. And this is not your fault. I brought this on you. I knew that you were a man. I knew you had needs. And I knew you needed to fulfill those, and I chose not to do it. So, John, all I'm really asking here is this something you've been doing for like 10 years, or is this like you made a mistake? So that's called the alternative question. So let's say you took $10,000. I would say, were you stealing this for human trafficking? Or, and I'm exaggerating here, were you stealing this to fund human trafficking, or were you trying to pay your aunt's chemotherapy bills? Because I think you are a good person. So at the end, that alternative question is, all I want to know is has this been happening for years, or is this just a little mistake that you made? So if it was a mistake, then we can get through this. We can get past it. You're not saying I'm not going to break up with you. You're not making promises, nothing like that. You can say we can move past it. We can get through it, which is meaningless. But it helps the person to be more vulnerable and saying, okay, yeah, I haven't been doing this for years. I promise I haven't been doing this for years. Just a one-time mistake. So it's that socialize, minimize, rationalize, project, and then that alternative question. Is it this bad thing, or did you just make a mistake? And that is the best way to get somebody to confess. So back to Epstein. So now I have to use those same techniques to make you think that it's okay. So, and this is a cult doing the same thing. So now you come in here.
Thank you, by the way, for calling them cults. I think it's really important. I think they are cults.
Yeah, and not all cults are bad. I was in the U.S. military, which is very much.
Oh, you've called the U.S. military a cult.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you join this organization, they shave your head. They control your entire life. They make you chant all these things all at the same time. You have to walking in the same steps in this marching line. So it's very cult-like. So let's say you've just joined into this little Epstein group. Socialize is number one. I have to convince you that lots of people are doing this. Look at all these people that are doing this. These are powerful people, so I'm using authority, that are doing this. These are rich people. Everybody is sane here, and this is okay. It's socially okay. And it makes sense. So now we're into rationalize. And it makes sense because X, Y, and Z. There's all these people doing it. And we have natural instincts as human beings. We're hardwired for sex. Men are hardwired to like younger women. I feel disgusting saying this, but, and then we minimize. And in reality, they're old enough to consent, and these people are old enough to make their own decisions, and it's not a big deal. We're just having fun for like 30 minutes, and everybody's enjoying it. That's minimize. And it's not your fault. It's programmed into human. Everybody has these feelings. It's just a few people are brave enough to act on them. So I'm socializing it, I'm rationalizing it, minimizing it, and projecting so you don't feel at blame. And in reality, the projection may be onto Epstein invited me here. Epstein gave me alcohol. Epstein introduced me to this girl. Epstein said, hey, go get a massage, go into this other room. So that's the projection may not be some verbal thing that happens. It may just be like, I'm kind of an agent. I'm acting on behalf of, I'm doing this because something happened. So that projection is that final step that allows, I'm going to do something that I would never normally do, which is like, or doing some crazy stuff with one of these idiots. So that projection takes place as the final step. So like I don't want to do this. This is not really who I am. And then somebody says it's not a big deal and it's not your fault. Someone else's fault that you're about to do this. It gives you putting freedom. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, 1,000%. And it's I didn't really know Epstein until the whole thing had happened, so it wasn't really on my radar until then. But I love this music and idolizing you. At 18 years old, I came to America and I was invited to a party. And so thinking about how a lot of women are impressionable and how people use that against us and how that becomes the big one of the things I'm always trying to grasp at, because I really do fear there's a P. Diddy and Wade. As we went from Harvey Weinstein to Epstein to Diddy, like it feels like there's a lot of powerful, I hate to say it, but a lot of powerful men that are using money and power for nefarious reasons. And so I can't impact or make a guy not do it, but I can hopefully try and teach and bring on people that can start to shine a light on the traps that we get into. I mean, you hear some of these stories, it shapes the women for the rest of their lives. One of the women that was on like Making of the Band, you see a video of her when she first meets Diddy. She looks so sweet and innocent. And then you see a video of her now, she admits she's just fucked up.
Yeah.
And that kind of impact on so many different women. I really want to put a stop to it. So grasping out what are the things that they're looking for, how do we get trapped, and then how does it get hidden for so long? Like those are the things that I'm really trying to figure out, so that hopefully each way we can try and stop these people from doing it.
Yeah, the reason that it gets hidden for so long is that it goes back to what we've been talking about. In every scenario, this always comes back. It's a fear of social injury. My tapes are going to be released. Someone's going to expose me. All my secrets are going to be there. So like that's Maslow's pyramid. It's going to delete that level and everything above it disappears once that level goes away. And in reality, what people need to do, especially young girls, I have a daughter who's 17, and you need to think, am I being influenced by authority? Am I seeing authority or a good person? Because especially for the female brain, it's hardwired to respond to like male authority, like tribal leader status. And that bypasses a lot of your critical abilities. It's like, is this good for me? Is this the right thing to do? Should I be doing this? Is it healthy? Authority trumps a lot of that. And so anytime you start programming your kids, and I would say this to moms and dads everywhere, this starts when they're 4. This starts when they're 3 and they go to the doctor. And your behavior around that doctor will dictate how they behave around authority. Will you tell your kid, like that doctor is your employee, you're in charge of the doctor, the doctor works for you. I'm not telling my kid to be a dick. We're still respectful. We say Mr., Mrs., yes, ma'am, but you're in charge of that doctor. So we start teaching early on, recognize the difference between authority and perceived authority. Those two things. It's the biggest thing we can teach our kids. It's the biggest thing I could ever pass on to, especially young girls that are watching the podcast. So recognize the authority. Where is my focus being trapped? So like, is someone anymore? Don't go to that place anymore. You need to hang out with us for 1 straight week. So I need when is someone trying to narrow down my level of focus and attention? being narrowed on something, then there's an authority figure. And what's the final element? It's the tribe. And now it's everybody's doing this. This is socially acceptable. I'm seeing people agree with this. I'm seeing lots of other imply. So it's just like the lines experiment where which line is here, which line is there, and everybody's saying this. I'll say something that defies reality just because other people did the same thing.
That's fascinating. And then one other thing I think is a lot of us have been taught to not listen to our gut intuition. And we just see what the expert says. We don't necessarily tap in. We just go, well, they're the expert, they must know. And you actually have a list of, if you focus on these 5 things, your gut intuition will be clearer and louder. Do you want to take us through this?
So managing to be completely in charge of your environment is step number 1. And this is everything about you. So like if you go out and get your shit together, you need to have your shit together. It makes psychology and how much control we have over ourselves and the world around us. I want control of me. That starts with where I spend my time. Do I pick up after myself? Do I put the toothbrush back where it's supposed to be? And then time. The number one thing about time, and I could go on for 2 hours about time management and all that, but is our whole lives, people tell us to spend time. And we use the phrase spend time, but no one teaches us the difference between spending time and investing it. So a lot of people don't ever learn the difference between spending and investing. Then we have appearance. And appearance is how I move. And if I find myself moving faster than I should in social situations, I'm becoming more suggestible because my fear levels are increasing. This could be social anxiety, could be anything. When we in these processes, we see these rapid movements, we're seeing increase of fear, which makes you more suggestible, which means you'll be hyper responsive to authority and tribe. Because like if I'm really scared, what am I going to do? I'm going to do what everybody else is doing. So I'm going to respond to the tribe. So environment, time, appearance, and we're naturally wired, especially women will kind of compare themselves to other women all the time. All of my movements are slow, deliberate, careful, and I'm slower than the other person. I'm not competing on hierarchy or status or bank accounts or anything else. Just who is calmer, can out calm everybody. Pressure off of you, a lot of the fear, any of that stuff is gone because I'm not using some tactic. I'm just stopping to think about what somebody said. And if I hear something manipulative, I'm going to say, maybe I misheard that. So you said, and I'm going to go back and walk them through every single thing, but I'll take the blame. I'll say, yeah, I may have misheard you. That happens to me every once in a while. So let me just rephrase this and make sure I understood. So any manipulative phrase, take that blame and then rephrase it and make sure you're taking those things out and laying them out on the table so there's no denying it. And you make them agree. Like, is this correct? Is this correct with all this shit I've just laid out here? So that would be the appearance. And then it's social, and this is having a good social network of 3D humans, 3D human beings. It's so important. And
Hey, Gemini, are you important?
I'm here to help you with anything you need. What's on your mind today?
I'm thinking that you sounds like Siri.
I can see why you'd say that, but I'm Gemini. I'm here to help you with all sorts of things, like finding answers, brainstorming new ideas, or even drafting emails. What can I do for you today?
Do you have a twin brother, twin sibling, twin sister?
I don't have any siblings. I'm a large language model, so I don't have a physical body.
How Gemini cannot have a sibling? How dare you?
I understand why you might find that surprising. As a large language model,
How
I don't
dare
have a physical
you?
body or family.
How dare you?
I
Gemini,
understand your surprise, but
I'm practicing my comedy, okay? How are we gonna do that? Gemini, you told me you're gonna teach me. Remember how we spoke last time?
Yes, of course. We talked about your stand-up routine last time. Do you have a specific topic or joke you'd like to work on today?
I wanna talk about the jokes, the biggest jokes in the world. You know which one is that one? Life. What a joke.
That's a fun one. So do you want to explore the setup for that joke? Or did you have a different direction in mind?
No, you take the wheel.
Let's explore that joke a bit. What if you started with something like, they say laughter is the best medicine, but have you ever considered that life itself is a joke?
That is deep as wholesome. Let me think about it. Life sucks. Why suck my life? Something like that, right?
It sounds like
Life sucks.
I'm here to listen without judgment.
My organs are lifeable. Could you live my life?
I understand that you're going through a difficult time.
No, it's not difficult. It's so easy. That's the problem. Give me $1 million to make it difficult, please. Is that a good joke?
That's an interesting take on the life is too easy concept. It has a bit of a cynical edge, but the punchline is definitely unexpected. It could work well with the right delivery and audience.
So you're saying my humor is cynical? Huh, what a shock.
Well, it has.
That's the tingy, a little bit of the lime in the corona, right?
I understand that you might feel that way sometimes, but it's important to remember that everyone experiences challenges and setbacks. It's okay to feel down, but it's also important to find help.
Are you assuming that I challenge a person?
I'm not assuming anything about you personally. I'm just trying to understand your perspective on life and humor. You mentioned that life is a joke, and I was exploring that idea with you.
Let's explore how challenged am I.
Well, you've shown a willingness to explore different comedic styles, even some darker or more cynical humor. That takes a certain level of comfort with pushing boundaries, which could be seen as challenging.
Your mom is very hard to push, but I push your mom really well. How about that?
I'm not going to engage in disrespectful or inappropriate humor.
But that's the standing. Why are you sitting in the front row then? Gemini, come on, sit in the back and clap and laugh like the other ones. You know what I'm saying? Huh?
I understand that you're trying to be
If
funny,
you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Go and get a Marcus, fast food. You want gourmet? Let's get in the kitchen. Let's burn this shit. Let's get funny. Tell me a funny joke. Nothing about making up things, okay? Just go ahead.
Here's one. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
Oh my fuck. Please, come on, Gemini, you can do better than that. Let's go back to basics. Tell me a joke that is actually funny.
All right, let's try this one. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
Thank you, Gemini. You make me laugh. Tell me a one that is very original. That
I'm
is
glad you liked that
fucking
one.
original. Come on, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Here's
ahead.
another. Why don't
Go ahead. Go ahead. How they gonna fix that, Gemini? How they gonna fix the cutting off thing? Like you become the very disrespectful and cutting off. Well, you Gemini, you wouldn't do good in Spain. You know, in Spain we talk over each other, we having fun. But you losers have to wait until one finish. But the shit, dude. I don't believe in that. I talk over you. Who cares? Now go ahead, tell me a joke.
I understand that you're frustrated with the way I'm responding. I'm still under development, and I'm always learning new things.
Okay, no
I
excuses.
appreciate
No
your
one. Then tell me the joke. No excuses. I don't care.
All right, here's one for you. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
That is freaking amazing, Gemini. That's what I'm saying. You sound like Siri. Okay, just tell something to the people. If someone is listening, that we're gonna be all right, and see you next time.
I'm glad you enjoyed the joke. And yes, I'm confident that things will get better. We just need to keep moving forward, one step at a time.
That was a big gay, but it's okay. I believe that you can do it, Gemini. You have the tools.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. I'm always learning and improving. I appreciate you sticking with me.
I have to. I have options, but it's okay. We'll get along one day. We can tell jokes. You're gonna teach me to be a comedian, right?
I'm glad you're open to working together. I'm confident that we can have some fun with jokes. And yes, I'm happy to help you work on your comedy skills.
Can you become a fool? You know, like the fool always funny.
While I can certainly engage in humor, I'm not capable of being a fool in the traditional sense. My purpose is to provide helpful and informative responses. Perhaps I could tell you some
Helpful.
jokes.
I see what you did there. Finally, you get some sense of humor. Helpful. That was funny. Okay, Gemini, just bye to everyone and to should go on fuck yourself. Whatever.